Orders of the day.
The day, ordre du jour. Resuming consideration on privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
And I believe when we left this last evening, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's has 15 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, happy birthday yesterday, +1. Always a happy day. So I normally would be pleased, and always pleased to rise in this place, even when it concerns a $400 million Liberal scandal. And for those who are watching and just tuning in, perhaps I could recap. We're in the 66th hour of a Liberal filibuster of refusing to provide documents to the House of Commons as demanded in June, voted on by a majority of members of Parliament representing a majority of Canadians into the $400 million scandal, $400 million identified by the Auditor General of the Liberal Green Slush Fund, where hand-picked directors of the Prime Minister funneled that money to companies they own. Now, just to give you some perspective, this Liberal filibuster began at the end of September. And it is the longest in parliamentary history. The previous one was only 16 hours over yet another Liberal scandal. So this issue has seized the House simply because the Liberals are redacting, as it's called, documents ordered by the House. What's redaction? Redaction means they're censoring them. They're censoring them. The House of Commons ordered the production of documents on this scandal. Over 10,000 pages have been provided. Most of them went through a lot of black ink toner cartridge because there was so much blackout in it. They had to bring in new photocopiers in the PMO. And this was ordered by the PMO, by the Prime Minister's own department, to breach the rules. And the Speaker found what's called a prima facie case of privilege. What that means for those watching is that the ultimate authority above everything else is the House of Commons' ability to order documents to be provided by government, to hold them accountable, to hold the Crown, the Cabinet, accountable for their actions. And this Cabinet is defying it. And what could you do with $400 million instead of funneling them to Liberal insider companies, as these Liberals done? And that's, I'll get into it. I'm sure it's not 400 million. I may be mistaken. It may be closer to 700 million, and I'll explain that in a minute. But what you could do in my province with $400 million is build 1,000 homes. 1,000 homes could be built in Nova Scotia with that $400 million. Yet the priority of these Liberals was to funnel it to their own companies so that they could enrich themselves while Canadians line up in record numbers at food banks, while I have people in my riding that have to live in trailers and campers in camping parks because they can't find housing. That 1,000 houses that could be built with that $400 million in Nova Scotia would come in enormously helpful. And let me just tell you how extensive this cover-up is. We had the architect of the Liberal Green Slush Fund, former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains, in the Industry Committee this week. Now, some of you may remember him. He was the Industry Minister for the Liberals from 2015 to 2021. He appointed directly all these corrupt Liberal insiders, this board, who then funneled money to their companies. So we had him in committee. And we asked him some pretty straightforward and simple questions. Mr. Speaker, if I could, I'll read from the Hansard from that committee meeting this week. And I asked a simple question of former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains. I asked him where he worked. And here's what he said. As I've indicated, the topic I'm here to speak on is sustainable development. I asked again, where do you work? And he said, well, it's on the public record. And indeed, it is on the public record. While he was Industry Minister, he was responsible. The Prime Minister gave him the mandate to lower cell phone fees. We all know we have the most expensive cell phone costs in the world, according to international studies. And guess who former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains works for that he was too embarrassed to say, or perhaps maybe Rogers ordered him not to say it because they were too embarrassed to have him mention their name that he worked there at committee, but he works for Rogers, who is the most expensive cell phone company in the world. And he just kept saying, it's on the public record. So I suspect, being a good Liberal and under the talking points that he always followed from PMO, he was following talking points from Rogers saying, please don't associate ourselves, Rogers, this most expensive cell phone company, with your Liberal corruption scandal that you were in charge of. I asked him, we had testimony. We had testimony from the former chair that he appointed, who he was warned had a conflict, and he said to her and to everyone in SDTC, it's okay, we'll manage the conflict. They managed the conflict, all right. They managed the conflict of that money into their companies. But the minister himself said, that's okay. I said, that appointee, Annette Verschuren, said in committee that she never applied for any job in her life, that Navdeep Bains called her twice to talk her into running and becoming the chair of the board, putting in an application, even though he knew she was conflicted. She said he called him twice. I asked him, did you call her twice? Because that's what she testified. He said, I don't remember. Then I said, okay, the former CEO of the Liberal Green Slush Fund testified before committee that Minister Bains called her and said, vet this candidate, and she said, you cannot have this person as a candidate for chair. We do business with her companies, and that we would have, if you pick her, the first chair in the history, the 20-year history of SDTC that had a conflict. He said, it's okay. Ask her if she wants to do it. He was warned again. They actually, believe it or not, have somebody who worked in the Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister's office, who was doing communications now in a nice patronage job in the Liberal Green Slush Fund. She warned the minister's office that he should not appoint this person because of the conflict. They still ignored it. This was not some mistake, some hands-off, gee, I didn't know what was going on because I'm an incompetent minister who doesn't follow anything in my department. I then asked him, so you didn't remember, Minister. Do you remember going to Cabinet to get another $750 million of taxpayer money for the Liberal Green Slush Fund? He said, well, that's in the budget. I said, well, no, things go in the budget have to have the minister's approval. So did it have your approval? I don't remember.
Of course, selective memory.
A Liberal who doesn't remember giving $750 million. I guess it's just pocket change for Liberals, $750 million of taxpayer money for these Liberals. It's either that, or he was just unwilling to admit that he was part of this scheme. And we've asked in those documents for all the documents from the department that he ran, industry department. Guess who is the department that hasn't complied with all the order? The industry department. Guess who's the department that has the most, well, tied with blacked out censored documents? The industry department. They're only rivaled by the Prime Minister's department, the Privy Council office, who has also refused to give the truth about their documents. So it's an incredible, incredible cover-up that's going on. And the way to solve this, the way to break this Liberal filibuster against giving the documents up is for them to give them up without redactions. The easiest way for this House to get back to dealing with the issues that Canadians are concerned about, the cost, the doubling of housing costs, mortgages and rent, the doubling or tripling of the carbon tax that 61 cents a litre. Is everybody aware that they plan to increase the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre? I can just see the Liberals' campaign slogan now, re-elect us and we'll put your taxes up 61 cents a litre. I think it's a winner. Just ask Joe Clark how that worked out for him in 1980. So what we have here is a group of Liberals who are so desperate to cover up all of the emails between former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains and the current industry minister who's been responsible for the Liberal Green Slush Fund for 45 months, that they're trying to hide those documents, that they would keep this House for 3 months, now, September, October, and now into November as of today, from getting to the business of actually dealing with the issues, or at least holding the government to account for their failure to deal with 2 million people a month going to food banks in Canada, with their tripling of the carbon tax, with their increasing the costs on food, with their massively unsuccessful housing decelerator funds that they have, spending billions of dollars to hire bureaucrats and not build a single house. We could get to those if the Liberals would stop filibustering and obey the House order of a democratically elected Parliament, as has been the case for over 400 years, that when the House asks for something, the government is compelled to give it. It must really be bad. It must really be bad for them to delay what they think is their priority legislation and to continue their filibuster at releasing the documents. And we all know that we'd like the House to get onto the plan of fixing the budget. You know, we have a Minister of Finance who's never met a target, ever. Neither did her predecessor, the former Minister, Bill No More, have never met a target. She said, okay, we're going to keep it. That minister said, we're going to keep it. We've got to keep it to $40 billion deficit, as if that was some sort of challenge, to only spend $40 billion more than you take in taxes. But she couldn't even do that, this Minister of Finance. She's over by $8 billion already, and we're not even through the year. Imagine what it's going to be in the spring when the final numbers come in about the incompetence of the financial ability. But no, maybe that's why they're delaying the document release, so that they can't be held accountable for their incompetence on fixing the budget. Now let's talk about their inability to build the homes. They brag about the billions of dollars in their housing accelerator fund, which hasn't built a house. That's why I call it the decelerator fund. You know, in my province in Nova Scotia, they gave the minister for housing is from Nova Scotia. He is from Nova Scotia. You wouldn't know it. Well, maybe you would, because he gave $30 million of housing decelerator money to the city of Halifax. How many houses did it build? Zero. How many people did it hire? They hired 30 more urban planners to make sure that they could slow the housing process down. That's why it's the Housing Decelerator Fund. But no, they're refusing to release the documents on the Green Slush Fund so that they can't be held accountable for their ineptitude on housing. Now, crime, we know, has gone massively up. The City of Toronto, the large cities, and even in Nova Scotia, we're seeing massive theft of cars. People are being told by the Toronto police, just leave your keys by the door so they don't come in and maybe harm you. Just let them take your car. That would be easier than us enforcing the law. What would be easier to ensure that this doesn't happen is to not let people who are charged with theft of automobiles out on bail that have been convicted time after time after time. The other slogan of this government, besides we'll raise your taxes 61 cents a litre in the election, will be re-elect us so we can allow more criminals on the street. But they don't want us discussing those issues in the House, and that's why they are not releasing the documents. So stop the crime. Let's not forget about the tax, the tax that is putting the price of everything up, the carbon tax.
That's right.
We believe you should axe the tax, but this government doesn't want to be held accountable for that. Here's what happens. I used to work in retail. For 20 years I worked in retail, and I can tell you that when you buy a good from somebody who has to manufacture it, producing it takes a lot of energy. And when it takes a lot of energy, there's a carbon tax on it, which increases the price of buying that good. Now, one of the biggest things in a retailer, or biggest costs in retail, is the cost to transport that good from where it was made to your stores. And guess what you have to use to transport it?
Bicycles.
Diesel, gas, bicycles. No, not sailboats, not bicycles. You can't put it back on the Minister of Environment's bicycles and truck a container of rum to Nova Scotia. It has to come by truck or by boat. And that fuel gets taxed. And when that fuel is taxed, it increases the price. And of course, when you operate 100 or 1,000 mass market retail stores across Canada, guess what your number one cost in that besides labor is? No, it's not rent. It's paying for the energy to operate that store. And because The energy costs are there. Guess what gets taxed? The carbon tax gets on that. So when you tax the manufacturer or the grower, and you tax the transportation, and you tax the retailer, guess what happens? The price of everything goes up, and 84% of Canadians, according to Dalhousie, say food is the #1 thing they've seen go up. So, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal filibuster could end, and we could get on to dealing with these issues if the Liberals would stop covering up their green slush fund and release the unredacted, unblanked out documents.
Questions and comments? Councillor Commentaire, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentioned filibuster several times. I just looked up. The definition of filibuster is an action such as a prolonged speech that obstructs the progress in a legislative assembly while not technically contravening the required procedures. The only people I see here speaking are the Conservatives. So it's the Conservatives who are filibustering. The member also mentioned about the rents, the recent report that in Toronto, the August rent this year is 7% down compared to the same month in 2023, 30-month high. Maybe they don't want to discuss about the recent StatScan report where the inflation came down to 1.6%, or they don't want to discuss about the Bank of Canada cutting the interest rate for the 4th consecutive time, the first G7 country to do so, to 3.7%. Maybe they don't want to discuss all the positive reports that are coming out, and hence they are filibustering here.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, what the member for Nepean, who sits on me with the Industry Committee and does ask thoughtful questions on the Industry Committee, unfortunately that wasn't one of them. And the reason it wasn't one of them is for things to go down, they have to have gone up. And under these Liberals, interest rates soared because they have doubled the debt of the country. Interest rates soared because they put too much money into the economy because of their deficit spending. The member also mentioned, wow, 7% of rent has gone down in Toronto. That's rent has gone up 100% in Toronto, but the Liberals are proud that's gone down 7%. So I'm thrilled that the member for Nepean thinks that a 93% rent increase is some sort of great record to go to the election on. I'm looking forward to the Toronto MP saying, re-elect us, rent only went up 93%.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Yes.
We have a point of order.
Chair, I'm just wondering if you've observed if there's quorum in the House this morning.
We will start a count. Right now we do not have, so...
Call in the members.
Warren. Good to see everyone here. So we're still on questions and comments. We still have 7 minutes and 43 seconds left in questions and comments. We'll just make sure everybody's there, ready to go. Okay. What we'll do is it's kind of where we left off with Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Les Basses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. We agree that the government needs to hand over the documents. We know that corruption is in the Liberal DNA. This is nothing new. We all remember the sponsorship scandal. But there's something else that Quebecers remember, which is that when the Conservative Party was in power, there was also a question of privilege on the matter of the Afghan detainees. And you know how long that lasted? 5 months in this House. 5 months during which the Harper government did not want to hand over the documents about the Afghan detainees. So, to my colleague, if someone working in sales didn't want to hand over documents and betrayed clients for 5 months, how could people trust that person? And how can I trust the Conservative Party?
For St. Margaret's.
Well, it's a great question in the context of the early excuse that the Liberals used for not turning over the documents to the Green Slush Fund. They came up with this fake charter argument saying that the only way documents could be turned over to the RCMP is if the RCMP went to court. And that is one way in a police investigation. But you know what the other way is? Is when you own a business or you run a business and you discover that perhaps something's happened to the money, that an employee has taken money from your company. The individual who owns a business or runs a business not only can turn that information over to the police and the documents over to the police, but that individual, I think, is morally bound to. And in this case, we, the House of Commons, on behalf of the taxpayer, own the SDTC Foundation. We are the owner of that business. The government is the owner of that business and therefore has the obligation to turn the documents over to the police.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford. I have a point of order. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Tasman Islands, Three Lakes.
I know that you just did a count, Mr. Speaker, but I'm wondering if you can see if we have quorum this morning.
Okay, we'll just start another count. Well, I'm short a person right now. So questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you found the Conservatives hiding behind the curtains there. My question to you, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm always amazed at how Conservatives during their speeches on the cost of living crisis will ignore the elephant in the room. You know, I've been on the Agriculture Committee, and if you look at like the inputs that farmers are dealing with, all of the major corporate sectors have seen record profits over the last number of years, whether it's in fertilizers, oil and gas, grocery retail, banking, real estate. All of those major corporate sectors have been doing very well. Where has that increase in net profits come from, Mr. Speaker? It's come directly out of the wallets of the hardworking folks right across this country, including my riding of Cowichan, Malahat Langford. And of course, when you raise prices, when corporations unfairly raise those prices and increase those net profits, that's what leads to inflation. So through you, Mr. Speaker, why is there this willful blindness to not talk about this particular issue? Is it because many of those corporate executives in those sectors making record profits somehow find themselves at Conservative leadership fundraisers?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, I appreciate the question from my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. And I appreciate him raising the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, why has the NDP voted 24 times to increase the carbon tax? Why did the NDP for 3 years, 2.5 years, support every budget of this government which put the cost of everything up in this country? Why did the NDP do a fake rip-up of their coalition agreement and then still vote every single time to support this government? Why has the NDP decided, according to their leader this week, they're in no hurry to go to an election? Might it be that his pension vests in February?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for a very important speech, but it's something we don't want to be debating. It's the corruption of this government. And he mentions how 1,000 homes could be built in his riding. In Oshawa, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, people are suffering. We just found out, too, a supporter sent me a note that Franco Terrazzano from the Taxpayer Association, I want my colleague's comment on this, $51,000 a month in alcohol. That's what Global Affairs now is spending per month. So in a year, $600,000 on booze. And this seems to be business as usual for the Liberals and the government. And I want to ask him, isn't it about time that we axe the tax so we can build more homes and that we can fix that budget finally, and of course stop the horrible crime that this government is basically enabling around the country?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, prior to elected life, I actually was in the retail business of selling alcohol. So far be it for me to diminish the great benefit of anybody buying alcohol for the business. But in this case, it's on the taxpayer dime, and there's no entitlement like a foreign diplomat's entitlement to have a good time on the taxpayer dime around the country. Well, Canadians suffer and unable to actually afford to heat and eat and house themselves. So I appreciate that Oshawa is suffering, and Oshawa is suffering because we have a failed auto policy by this government as well, who doesn't seem to care about auto workers, union workers, or quite frankly, any jobs in this country other than their own, and funneling $400 million to their own companies.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the honourable member to reflect on some of his comments. He calls this a Liberal filibuster, but I invite everybody at home looking at this to go back through Parleview and see who's been doing all the talking for the last, 4 weeks? And as well, you know, if we look at the cost of running this chamber at about $60,000 an hour with all in, you know, we're dealing with almost $2 million worth of taxpayers' fund that the Conservatives have basically talked down the sewer. So, you know, is the member, you know, really ready to be straight with Canadians about what's really going on here?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Sure, what's really going on here is the inability or unwillingness of the government to hand over documents that are uncensored because they're protecting their friends and trying to hide that the $400 million corruption is really $700 million, according to the Auditor General's math. And what's really, really incredible is that the Liberals claim they're not speaking. I think the Liberal member for Winnipeg North has spoken about 324 times on this issue. I'm glad that this member finally got to speak once.
Reprise de débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here again and talk about this SDTC scandal that we've been in now for a couple, maybe 3 weeks. I am here today in this House to discuss a shocking misuse of taxpayers' dollars. $400 million has been wasted while the cost of living is up, food bank usage is up, the carbon tax is up, and this Liberal government has an $8 billion budget overrun, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. As many Canadians are aware, this House has been seized with this issue for many weeks. There have been no debates on government bills and no debates on private members' bills because this issue is so important that it must take precedence over all other business and because the Liberal government has refused to comply with a lawful order of the House of Commons. Many of my constituents at home may be wondering why I am speaking to this privileged motion for a second time. To explain, I am rising today to speak in support of an amendment to the privileged motion moved by the Honourable Member for Regina Capel on the failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada scandal. For the benefit of other members and those watching at home, I will read the motion and the amendments. The motion states that the government's failure of fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June 10, 2024, be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The amendment from that reads, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. I, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And B, that a report to the House no later than November 22nd, 2024. I think that this amendment really speaks to the heart of this issue, which is ministerial accountability. I feel that it is important for the benefit of members in this place to dig deep into what ministerial accountability is and why it is so important to the issue at hand. When the member from Regina Capel raised his initial privilege motion, he referred to a document obtained from the Privy Council office. That document stated that, quote, public servants do not share in ministers' constitutional accountability to the House of Parliament, but support ministers in this accountability. It also stated that the ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with the responsible minister. I agree with this. It really is the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry who is ultimately responsible for this scandal and for the violation of an order of the House. The minister must be held accountable, and that is why it is so important that he hand over these documents and appear at committee. As I mentioned, I will now discuss the origin of ministerial accountability and its relevance to today's debate at length. I think to really dig into what ministerial accountability is and what it ought to mean, we can refer to the Prime Minister's own documents, released on November 27, 2015, right when the Liberals formed government for the first time under this Prime Minister. This document or guide is titled An Open and Accountable Government, and it supposedly sets out core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible parliamentary government. This includes the central tenet of ministerial responsibility, both individual and collective, as well as ministers' relations with the Prime Minister and Cabinet, their portfolios, and Parliament. I think this is very fascinating. I will read from this Prime Minister's opening message to the ministers. He says, and I quote, in our system, the highest manifestation of democratic accountability is the forum of Parliament. You are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions with which you have been entrusted. This requires you to be present in Parliament to answer honestly and accurately about your areas of responsibility, to take corrective actions as appropriate to address problems that may arise in your portfolios, to correct any inadvertent errors in answering the Parliament at the earliest opportunity, and to work with parliamentary colleagues of all political persuasion in a respectful and constructive manner. He goes on to say that this is my favorite part. You are responsible for ensuring that your departments are managed well and with complete integrity. This Prime Minister then goes on to detail that ministerial accountability means to him. He states, and I quote, ministers are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions vested in them by statute or otherwise. Ministers must be present in Parliament to respond to questions on the discharge of their responsibilities, including the manner in which public monies were spent, as well as to account for that use. Whether a minister has discharged responsibilities appropriately is a matter of political judgment by Parliament. The Prime Minister has the prerogative to reaffirm support for that minister or to ask for his or her resignation. It is critical to the principle of responsible government that all organizations within the executive be the responsibility of a minister who is accountable to Parliament for the organization. A minister is accountable to Parliament for the proper functioning of his or her department and all other organizations within his or her portfolio. I rarely think or say this, but I completely agree with the Prime Minister. Ministers should be accountable to Parliament and must be present in Parliament to respond to questions on the discharge of their responsibilities, including the manner in which public monies were spent, as well as to account for that use. I will go on to discuss why this is relevant to this amendment and the issue at hand today. I would like to remind those in this place of exactly how much money was misappropriated by the board of the Sustainable Technology Development Canada Fund. When speaking to constituents, many of them draw comparisons to the sponsorship scandal. I have to remind them that the Liberal sponsorship scandal was a $40 million scandal, one that led to complete collapse of the Liberal Party because of how egregious that misuse of funds was. My constituents are baffled when I inform them that this is a $400 million scandal. $400 million of taxpayer funds, while rents are at an all-time high. Mortgage payments have doubled, and Canadians cannot even afford to feed their families. It is scandalous, and that is why Conservatives will keep pressing the government on this issue until these taxpayers' funds are repaid and the documents have been handed over. It's unfortunate that hundreds of millions of wasted taxpayer dollars means nothing to this Liberal government. We saw the indifference that they displayed when it was revealed that $56 million was wasted on the ArriveCan app, an application that did not work. Conservatives had hoped that the Liberal government had learned its lesson when that scandal occurred. Yet, here we are again, embroiled in another costly scandal. What got us to this point was the Auditor General's conclusion that SDTC board members and officials broke conflict of interest laws 186 times and funneled $400 million of taxpayers' money to their own companies. This unprecedented waste of taxpayer dollars and the Minister of Industry's refusal to be held to account for this issue is shocking. The common sense Conservative amendment that we are discussing today explicitly demands that he attend committee for 2 hours and answer for this failure. I would hope that members on all sides of this House would like to see the Minister take responsibility for the scandals and failures of his department. The Prime Minister's own document, titled Open and Accountable Government, that I referred to earlier, would seem to indicate that is what he ought to do. Now, for the benefit of my constituents and all Canadians who have been very curious about this issue, I will walk members through the timeline of this particular scandal. We know that the Sustainable Development Technology Canada was a not-for-profit foundation that was established by the Government of Canada in 2001 through a special act of Parliament, the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act. SDTC was created to support and finance clean technology startups with the goal of delivering economic, environmental, and health benefits to Canada. By all accounts, this fund ran well and had zero issues for 17 years. That is, until Navdeep Bains, the former Liberal Industry Minister, decimated the fund and brought in an era of corruption. In late 2018, the former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains expressed concerns regarding the chair of SDTC, Jim Basili, given his public criticism of the Liberal government's privacy legislation. Jim Basili is a widely respected Canadian businessman who is the former chair and CEO of BlackBerry. He was appointed in 2013 during the Harper government for a term of 5 years. However, in 2018, the Liberal Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains' office expressed discomfort about Basili's comments with the CEO of SDTC and requested that the chair stop criticizing government legislation. Then, Minister Bains proposed 2 alternative chairs to the CEO of SDTC as replacements in a phone call. One of the candidates proposed is Annette Verschuren, an entrepreneur who was already receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies. This minister, PMO, and PCO were warned of the risk associated with appointing a conflicted chair and are told that up until this point, the fund has never had a chair with interest in companies receiving funding from SDTC. In June 2019, Minister Bains decided to proceed with the appointment of Annette Verschuren, despite repeated warnings expressed to his office. The new chair goes on to create an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and, quote, managed by board members. Board members went on to award SDTC funding to companies in which board members hold stock or position within the company receiving funding. Minister Baines went on to appoint 2 other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior and breached the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. During this time, ISED officials sat in on the board meetings and witnessed 186 conflicts at the board, but did not intervene. That brings us to January 2021. The member from St. Maurice Champlain becomes the new Minister of Industry, replacing Navdeep Baines after he decided to not run for re-election. In November 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at SDTC. The Privy Council was briefed by the whistleblowers about the allegations shortly after and commissions 2 independent reports. In September 2023, the whistleblowers took the allegations public, and the Minister of Industry agreed to suspend SDTC funding. Finally, in June 2024, the Auditor General report is released, finding severe governance failure at SDTC. The Auditor General found that there were 186 times there was conflict of interest occurred, meaning the Board of Directors and the Chair handpicked where funding was going. Some of that funding went to their own companies. The Auditor General took only a sampling of the funding and found that 82% of that sampling were in a conflict of interest, totaling $330 million. The Auditor General also found that SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies in 90 cases, spent nearly $76 million on projects connected to the Liberals' friends appointed to run the fund, spent $59 million on projects that were not allowed to have been awarded any money, and spent $12 million on projects that were both a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. In one instance, the hand-picked chair of the fund gave a shocking $217,000 to her own company. In response to these damning findings, in June, Conservatives put forward a motion calling on the government to provide to the House documents pertaining to SDTC. It included provisions for the documents to then be provided to the RCMP so that it could undertake a criminal investigation on whether criminal offences were committed. The Liberal government has refused to hand over these documents, and that is why we are still here discussing this motion today. I would now like to share some of the testimony that the SDTC whistleblower gave at committee. I find this testimony to be astounding, and I commend this individual for their bravery. The whistleblower stated, quote, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Attorney General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was forced on intent, of course, they would find the criminality." End of quote. He also went on to say, "I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust and there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate." Another quote I find astounding is as follows: "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic system and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issue to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last years." And finally, and this is a quote that really gets to the root of the issue, quote, "I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. It is because of brave whistleblowers like this individual that the public was able to see the corruption and rot that the Liberal government allowed to fester at SDTC. Conservatives commend this individual and thank him for standing up for Canadians. As I just mentioned, this brave whistleblower believes that criminal intent will be found if the documents that Conservatives are requested are handed over to the RCMP. That is why it is so important that the Liberal government comply with the House order and release the documents. In closing, we are still here today discussing this issue after a month because the government refuses to comply with an order of the House. We are calling on the government to comply with the House's order and hand over the documents unredacted. Then we can find out what really went on, whether there was any criminality, which former employees at SDTC believe there to be. I will end by saying that after 9 years of this Liberal government, there has never been a better time to be a Liberal insider. Under this Liberal government, Liberal insiders feel that it's perfectly acceptable to waste $400 million of taxpayer funds while Canadians are struggling. This is a slap in the face to the people in my riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oromont-Ontario, who are struggling to make ends meet under this costly NDP Liberal coalition. Just this week, Karen Hsu, the Executive Director of the Barrie Food Bank, stated that the food bank is now supporting upwards of 7,000 people per month, 37% of which are children. Ms. Hsu went on to say that, quote, as demand continues to rise, we face increasing challenges in keeping up, often needing to make difficult choices about which foods to cut in order to stretch our donations further. Canadians in my community are visiting food banks in record numbers because this Liberal government's inflationary taxes and spending is driving up the cost of everything. And instead of providing Canadians with the relief they deserve, the Liberal government plans to hike the carbon tax again. This costly carbon tax is not only affecting families, but also farmers in my community. I was recently sent an Enbridge bill for almost $10,000 from a farmer in my riding who runs a poultry operation. Their bill shows a carbon tax charge of $2,700 on their cost of fuel to dry grain corn. Shockingly, the carbon tax is actually more than the value of the gas before delivery and global adjustments. Moving on to the poultry side of their operation, this farm pays a comparable tax on the cost to heat their barns. Every 24 weeks, they place over 3,000 day-old breeder chicks in their barns. These barns need to be heated to 32 degrees Celsius, and the chicks are so small they cannot heat themselves. This temperature is slowly reduced as the chicks grow stronger. The cost to heat the barns during this placement is approximately $7,000, with approximately a third of that cost being the carbon tax. During this affordability crisis, one would think that the Liberals would think twice about allowing Liberal insiders to funnel $400 million to their buddies. Unfortunately, they see no issue with this corruption. I've heard from countless businesses in my riding that have suffered due to inflation, labour shortages, supply chain issues, increasing business debt, and federal tax increases. It is devastating to see these businesses, who bring joy to so many members of my community, suffer under this Liberal government's punitive policies. But Canadians have something to look forward to. They can look forward to voting for a common-sense Conservative government as the costly NDP stops propping up their government partners and calls a carbon tax election. In this carbon tax election, Canadians will have the opportunity to vote for Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates to make affordable again for our seniors and all Canadians. To those watching at home, I say that help is on the way. Once we have a carbon tax election, a common-sense Conservative government will axe the tax on everything, for everyone, everywhere, to bring home powerful paychecks and lower prices for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague mentioned about inflation. 2022, due to the post-pandemic period, due to global supply chain issues, inflation rose across the world, every single country. But due to our actions during the last 2 years, the trend of inflation is coming down so much it has come down to 1.6%, below the target range of the Bank of Canada. And again, every other countries had to raise interest rates to combat inflation. But we are the first G7 country to cut interest rates for the fourth consecutive time and brought it down to 3.75%. Consequently, the Canadian Consumer Confidence Index is at its 30 months high. I would like to have the honourable members' comments on that.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromont-Ontario.
Well, I would like to thank the colleague opposite for that question, but what I'm hearing in my riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oromont-Ontario is not good news. Yes, interest rates have come down, but they were way high. What I'm hearing is people are having a tough time surviving and living right now. I had a call just a couple weeks ago from a lady who has a child who has some special needs. She has, this lady herself, now stopped eating lunch because she has to help feed and support her special needs child. So if you think I can go back to her and say the Liberals think everything is all rosy Interest rates are down. That's why you're not eating lunch. It just doesn't cut it with her. People are suffering out there. My residents are suffering, and there's a lot more to it than just interest rates coming down.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nowadays, Parliament is paralysed. The rights of legislators are being trampled on by the Conservative government, which is holding things up through their question of privilege. We are responsible to our constituents. I wonder if my colleagues' constituents are satisfied about how Parliament has been paralysed for weeks. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you for that question. I'm just astounded to hear that they think Conservatives are holding up Parliament. Conservatives are not holding up Parliament. There was a ruling to produce documents, and the Liberals can smile all they want. I don't know what's funny about this. I have members who are struggling, members who can't feed their families, and there's been $400 million wasted. There's been a ruling that the documents must be produced. The Speaker of the House of Commons has sided with that ruling. This will stop once the documents are brought forward. This is my second time standing up and speaking this for 20 minutes. There are lots of things we could be discussing. There are many important issues, but this is an important issue, and until we get the documents, until Canadians get the documents, we will continue to be pressing on this serious issue.
Questions and comments? You'll remember for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for his interventions. In Ontario, actually, we didn't have the carbon tax. We actually got the carbon tax because of the Conservatives with Doug Ford, who ditched the cap and trade and cost us $2 billion to get out of that, giving us the carbon tax. Just like the Conservatives gave us the GST, just like the Conservatives gave us the HST, and when they added the HST, they added other things that were exempt before, like parking and hospitals. So my question to my colleague is, what other hidden taxes are the Conservatives going to bring in that they don't campaign on, but they actually deliver for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not even going to indulge in conspiracy theories. The facts are facts. That Queen's Park in Toronto runs provincial issues. We're here actually in Ottawa running on federal issues. I know that once there's an election, and hopefully it's soon, as do all my residents, Conservatives will be in power under Pierre Poilievre, and we will cut... Leader of the Opposition, I'm sorry. That's a slip. It's Friday morning, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to cut the taxes, and we will make life more affordable for Canadians. Sorry about that.
Questions and comments? Yellow member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll ask the Chamber's indulgence a little bit on my comment this morning. I woke up to be happy, or I guess, or just, I don't even know what the right word is, to see that the Royal Canadian Legion has chosen Maureen Anderson as this year's National Silver Cross Mother. Her family and her personally have made more sacrifices for this country than most people understand. Her late husband, she served herself in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Her late husband, Peter, started his military career right here on the house at Parliament Hill in the Regiment of Canadian Guards before joining the Royal Canadian Regiment. But she's being selected as this year's National Silver Cross Mother because both her sons, Ron and Ryan, are gone. PTSD being the fault there. And I had the honor and pleasure of serving with both Ron and Ryan in Afghanistan. And there's no two finer soldiers, no two finer Canadians that you could find in this whole country. And I just want to commend the Royal Canadian Legion on selecting such a worthy recipient to represent all those Silver Cross mothers out there. And I just wanted to get that on the record, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those great words. I'd like to add something to that. He mentioned some great people who have served this country. I'd like to give a big round of applause for the gentleman in our ranks over here who served our country for many, many years himself. He's shaking his head because he's not happy that I brought that up, but he's a very humble man. And thank you for all your many years of service. We all appreciate it, so thank you.
Questions and comments? Councillor Commentaire, and then we're for Fleetwood Port Kels.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of all the things that might be attributed to higher food costs, the one thing, or actually there's three things that the honourable member didn't mention. I'd like him to comment on it. First, shrinkflation. You know, they cut the size of things but charge the same, if not a little more. Skimpflation. They use cheaper products in the things that we buy and they charge a little more. And profits that big grocery has rung up over, well, right through the pandemic and including even today. Why is the member not commenting on those as contributing factors to the cost of food?
For Barry Springwater or Medante.
Thank you. And as someone who's been in business for over 25 years, I'm very well familiar with what causes inflation. And I'm also very familiar, there's a very key point that the member opposite didn't bring up of what's causing inflation and prices rise, and that's this Liberal government. That's right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting, we find out this morning that Brookfield Asset Management, which is led by Carbon Tax Carney as its chair, has just moved its headquarters to New York. This is a guy who's advising the Prime Minister on economic issues, and yet seemingly he doesn't have any confidence in our Canadian economy that he's actually moving his head office to New York. I wonder if the Honourable Member has some comments on that.
Very, very quickly, the Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater or Medante.
I will be very quick, but it's a shame to hear that, and I'll actually add to that, speaking of residents moving to the States, I recently, just a week or two ago, perhaps 3 weeks ago, had a doctor from Barrie Springwater or Medante attend my office for a meeting, who informed me that himself and many of his doctors are looking at moving to the States due to the increase in taxes, especially the capital gains tax. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And they came right into my office and said that. This was a doctor. And I told him, please stay, hang in there for a few more months. Once the Conservatives come into place, we'll make sure life's more affordable.
When we return, the Honourable Member, should he choose to use it now, a minute and 43 seconds. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Ottawa-West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of my constituent, Josephine Crone. At just 20 years old, Josephine received the life-changing diagnosis of Hodgkin's lymphoma. Josephine, like so many, is a warrior, a quiet hero whose strength shines through even the darkest days. Her journey mirrors that of thousands of Canadians battling blood cancers. In 2024 alone, an estimated 6,600 Canadians will hear this difficult diagnosis. Last Saturday, I attended the Light the Night Walk, where Josephine and others brought faces and stories to these numbers, showing us the courage, hope, and heart behind each statistic. I'm committed to a future where the golden lights, honoring those we've lost, continue to inspire unwavering support for patients, survivors, and the loved ones who walk beside them in this fight, and where more white lights of survival shine brightly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Today is All Saints' Day, a tradition shared by many European cultures and various churches, especially the Catholic, Orthodox, as well as the Apostolic traditions. Central to this holy day will be remembering all the saints, any believer who has accepted the Christian faith through Jesus Christ. Tradition calls to visit cemeteries at sundown, to light candles and lay flowers, pray and share memories of those departed. For some Polish Canadians, we will share small loaves of bread called powałki. In our overly busy and distracting digital world, it's about taking a moment to stop, remember, and cherish our ancestors. This year, as in the past, my family will remember our daughter, Lucy Rose, who passed in 2018. Enjoy the many families across Canada who continue to grieve for their lost children. Mr. Speaker, wishing you and every Canadian marking All Saints' Day a solemn and devout observance.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 1984 is a year ingrained in the psyche of Sikhs across the world. 40 years ago this week, Sikhs were hunted across India by government-orchestrated mobs in a week-long genocidal campaign of violence. The streets of Delhi saw Sikh families being identified by the use of voter lists, resulting in families being burned alive and women facing horrific forms of violence. The world saw Indian politicians and celebrities openly supporting and celebrating the massacre of Sikhs. This was followed with forced disappearances at the hands of the state and law enforcement and the continued persecution and targeting of India's Sikh communities. Unfortunately, 40 years later, justice for the survivors and victims continues to be denied. Instead, those officials who took part have been protected and awarded medals of honor for their roles. We not only remember the thousands of sick families and children who became victims to this, but we remember the humanity of those who gave shelter to protect their sick friends during this horrific time. We will never forget 1984.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Gerard Jansen, who we lost in July of this year. Gerard served with distinction as a member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia for 13 years. For more than 20 years after, as a member of the Port Alberni Toy Run charity, he dressed as Santa and led a procession of motorcycles through the streets of Port Alberni that fundraised for many, Mr. Speaker. And for many, myself included, he was a friend and a mentor. One of those beneficiaries of his counsel was my friend, the Honourable Josie Osborne, who remembers his advice to her. He said, "Work hard, don't take yourself too seriously, listen to the people who elected you, take care of your friendships and relationships." That was Gerard. He spoke from the heart, and his plain-spoken words of wisdom will be forever with us. Thank you to Flo and the Jansen family for sharing Gerard with us all of these years.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, the statistics on human trafficking in Canada are truly alarming. 93% of victims are Canadian citizens or permanent residents, and the greatest risk factor is being a woman. 65% of police-reported human trafficking incidents between 2010 and 2020 occurred in Ontario. Last week, my Mississauga Erin Mills Women's Council held a panel discussion to address this issue. It brought together key stakeholders and raised awareness about what we can do in our daily lives, including recognizing the signs of trafficking and how to support victims. Mr. Speaker, the time for action is now. I call on all members of this House to work tirelessly to protect the most vulnerable amongst us. And I would like to thank the Mississauga Erin Mills Women's Council for organizing this insightful event and for all the work that they do in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
I rise today to honour a great Canadian, Robert Sopuck, who left us far too soon. This Saturday, we'll come together to celebrate his extraordinary life alongside his beloved wife, Carolyn, his family, his hunting partners, and many, many friends. Bob was a brilliant communicator. He was authentic, thoughtful, and honest. He was a fierce defender of the rural way of life and the greatest champion hunters, anglers, and trappers perhaps have ever known. He believed that all those who live, work, and play on our natural landscapes are our best conservationists and the true environmentalists. As an MP, he developed the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program, and I believe it's safe to say Bob has saved more fish in this country than anybody else ever. He was loved and admired by his family, his friends, and all of those who he mentored. You lived life to the fullest, Bob, and we were privileged to be a part of it. We will miss you dearly, your honor, and we will honor your legacy by carrying on your work in conservation and protecting the natural world and defending the rural way of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, last week was Media Literacy Week, dedicated to showcasing the power of digital literacy across Canada. In my community of Ottawa Centre, Media Smarts led an inspiring effort with their outstanding Break the Fake campaign, reviving the iconic house hippo to confront the rise of AI-generated deepfakes. This playful yet powerful symbol reminds us all to stay vigilant online. Supported by the federal government, this campaign rolled out exciting new resources, including AI literacy guides, lesson plans, and videos, all crafted to help Canadians identify and combat misinformation. The response was nothing short of remarkable. Media Literacy Week made around 4 million social media impressions, with 170 partner organizations hosting interactive workshops and events in classrooms, libraries, and community centers across the nation. Let's continue to work together to ensure that we provide digital media literacy to all Canadians to protect them from misinformation and disinformation. Thank you, Speaker.
Excellent.
The honourable member from Argentan-La Petite Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was a great day. We hit the milestone of 1 million Canadians who have received dental care from an oral health professional. Every year, more than 22,000 dental care providers receive 90% of care. Each year, many seniors end up in hospital because of untreated infections that could have been avoided if they had received medical assistance. Thousands of seniors are benefiting from these programs in Quebec and in my riding. As we're announcing this success, the leader of the Bloc Québécois has said that the dental care program is poison and they're voting against it. More than 8,000 seniors are benefiting from this program in my riding each year. This program allows Canadians to remain in good health without having to pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket. And I'd ask the Bloc Québécois to share my message with their constituents.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's record on violent crime is abysmal. The situation has become so bad that police officials across the country are fact-checking this Prime Minister's fake news. The Chief of Police in Peel said, quote, approximately 90% of the firearms that we seize are directly traced back to the United States. And I can say in reality that the remaining 10% are also likely from the U.S. And in Surrey, the police union sounded the alarm saying, quote, the federal government's handgun freeze fails to address the real issue, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of violent criminals. The only people who've been impacted by this government's failed gun policies have been law-abiding hunters and sports shooters. Meanwhile, violent criminals and organized crime are benefiting from this government's bail, not jail policies. Canadians deserve a government that will bring home safe streets. Only common-sense Conservatives have a plan to support our police, secure our borders, lock up the violent criminals, and stop the crime.
You're here. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, over 1 million Canadians across this country have now visited a dental care services provider through the Canada Dental Care Plan. I'm delighted to share with my constituents in Newmarket Aurora that the number of people receiving care under this plan will continue to rise, with over 977,000 people approved for the Canadian Dental Care Plan in Ontario. This is phenomenal news, knowing that my constituents can now access dental care, many for the first time, putting their health first. Mr. Speaker, I have seen firsthand the Canadian Dental Care Plan is making a huge difference in the lives of Canadians who need it the most. And I'm proud that our government is delivering that.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, life has never been more expensive for Canadians. This week, Food Banks Canada released their annual hunger report, which found that visits to food banks are up 90% since 2019. This report found that over 2 million Canadians used food banks in a single month this year. Just this week, Karen Hsu, the executive director of the Barrie Food Bank, stated that the food bank is now supporting upwards of 7,000 people per month, 37% of which are children.
Wow.
Ms. Hsu went on to say that, quote, as demand continues to rise, we face increasing challenges in keeping up, often needing to make difficult choices about which foods to cut in order to stretch our donations further. Despite record-smashing food bank use, the NDP Liberals decided to hike their carbon tax by 23% earlier this spring.
Shameful.
As part of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. This Prime Minister must call a carbon tax election so that a common-sense Conservative government can axe the tax on everything for everyone, everywhere, and bring home powerful paychecks and lower prices for all Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
We are cutting GST on new homes. The reviews are in, and it's a blockbuster. Listen to this. The Canadian Home Builders Association says, today's announcement by the Conservative Party will make a big difference. The West End Home Builders Association, removing the GST from new home purchased for under $1 million may be the biggest significant housing policy in the past 2 decades. The Canadian Real Estate Association, this proposed step is a positive move toward lowering building costs, increasing housing supply, and making home ownership more attainable. Mike Moffat, the Prime Minister's housing advisor, wow, admire the boldness here. This will get more housing built. And Max Fawcett, columnist, Big announcement. The Conservative team understands how to reach and activate young voters way better than the Liberals and the NDP right now. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberals are going to increase taxes, and we will axe the tax and build the homes.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, Canadians were shocked to learn that agents of the Indian government were involved in serious crimes on Canadian soil, including the murder of Canadian citizens. These actions by a foreign government are a clear violation of Canada's sovereignty and an attack on the safety of Canadians, particularly those in the Sikh and South Asian community. Yesterday, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security heard from leaders in the Sikh community who urged the Conservative Party leader to get his security clearance so that he can learn of current and former politicians and party members who may have collaborated with hostile foreign powers. We know that the leader of the Conservative Party will not listen to the countless national security experts who have called on him to get his security clearance, but maybe he will listen to the leaders of a community who has been the target of foreign interference and finally get his security clearance so that he can help protect Canada's national security.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
I rise today to recognize veterans, a community I hold in very high regard. At the end of summer, I participated in the 3rd annual Vancouver Island Motorcycle Run for homeless veterans, the men and women who faithfully served our country in uniform and now find themselves on the street. Last week, the annual vigil was held at the Cobble Hill Cenotaph to honor Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and all those who lost their lives on Canadian soil in non-combat situations. I introduced Bill C-333 to formally recognize October 22nd as Peacetime Service and Sacrifice Memorial Day in their memory, and I urge the government to adopt this legislation. Veterans Week will commence next week. We will honor Indigenous Veterans Day on November 8th, and I will be joining my community for Remembrance Day at the Duncan Cenotaph with representatives laying wreaths for me at the other 4 ceremonies in my riding. As we wear our poppies in honor of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, let us also commit to standing with those who remain. Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that we celebrate the triumph of Grey Owl cheese produced by Le Détour Cheese Dairy in Témiscouata, sur le Lac. It was recently crowned Best Cheese in Quebec by the prestigious Sélection Casus competition, which brings together Quebec's finest. Competing against 197 other cheeses from all regions of Quebec, Grey Owl's creamy taste won over the taste buds of the jury of 25 experts. This recognition not only highlights the unique craftsmanship of the Lower St. Lawrence region, but also the expertise and know-how of the Témiscouata region, a source of great pride for our corner of the world. Congratulations to Ginette Bégin, Mario Quirion, and the entire team at Le Détour Cheese Factory for your culinary masterpiece.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, there is one person responsible for propping up this costly and corrupt Prime Minister, and that is the leader of the NDP. Remember when he ripped up his coalition agreement with the Prime Minister? Turns out it was nothing more than a stunt to scam voters right before a by-election. This week, the leader of the NDP officially taped back together that agreement. But who can be surprised? Because after all, the leader of the NDP supports all of the disastrous policies of this Prime Minister, from the carbon tax to inflationary deficits to flooding our streets with hard drugs. He's nothing more than a sellout. Call a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is an issue that's detrimental to our national security and to the safety of all Canadians. National security experts like former directors of CSIS Richard Fadden and Ward Alcock have already urged all party leaders to get their national security clearance so that they can give and view and act on intelligence. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security heard from prominent leaders in the Sikh community who urged the Conservative Party leader to follow the example of all other party leaders and to get his national security clearance so that he can protect Canadians from foreign interference in his own party. But on this issue, the leader of the Conservative Party has chosen willful blindness. Shameful. And in doing so, he continues to put Canada's national security at risk. Yep. That is not leadership. Canadians expect and deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I guess the rumors are true.
Question oral. Oral questions. The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost of housing. A Conservative government will axe the federal GST on new homes sold. On an $800,000 home, this is a saving of $40,000. The CEO of Home West End Builders Association said that this is the most significant housing policy in 2 decades. This means more young people will get to buy a home. Will the Liberal NDP government axe the federal GST on housing sales so more young people can finally purchase a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, with these Conservatives, the proof is always in the pudding and the details are in the fine print. It really comes down to what they're going to cut in order to pay for that GST cut. And in this case, it's the Housing Accelerator Fund, which dozens of Conservative MPs have actually written to our Minister of Housing pleading with him for money for their towns and cities. So, Mr. Speaker, I pose the question back to the member. Do they really care about a Housing Accelerator Fund? Do their dozen members who have written to our Minister of Housing want the Housing Accelerator Fund for their towns and cities? Because it's not just up for renewal, Mr. Speaker. There's another round coming.
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Well, what Conservatives will do is end the failed Liberal housing programs that have led to the doubling of rents, mortgages, and down payments. The president of the Residential Construction Council of Ontario said, "We commend the leader of the official opposition for putting forward this program, and we hope that the provinces will do the same." The founder of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness said, "This is smart." So will the Prime Minister make the same commitment to help young Canadians who so desperately want to purchase a home and commit to axing the federal GST on new home sales?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, I'm glad the Conservative member confirmed that their plan is to cancel the Housing Accelerator Fund, and I wonder how that makes the dozen or so Conservative members who have been pleading with our Housing Minister for the funding for their towns and cities feel, Mr. Speaker. But speaking of feelings, we saw how the Conservatives feel about people who are underhoused and unhoused yesterday at committee, Mr. Speaker. The member from Peterborough, Kawartha, in a really disgusting display of how she feels about people who are homeless, underhoused, and unhoused. She said that they're the reasons that we have poverty in Canada. I said that's the reason why we have crime in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Stigmatizing people who are underhoused, Mr. Speaker, that's not compassionate.
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Well, I will tell you what is disgusting, Mr. Speaker. Carbon tax Carney, conflict of interest Carney, is moving his headquarters out of Canada. This is the individual, Mr. Speaker, that is using his position as an advisor to lobby government. He is pocketing his profits as a member of the board of Stripe, and he is reaping the benefits of amortization rules through his role at Brookfield. So I'll tell you what's disgusting, Mr. Speaker. Why is this Prime Minister exempting conflict of interest Carney, carbon tax Carney from conflict of interest laws? That's disgusting, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, what you see, Mr. Speaker, is as soon as somebody doesn't support what the Conservatives do, they're slandered and attacked, and incendiary language is used about an individual in this instance who's served his country in so many different capacities, both as Governor of the Bank of Canada, was also Governor of the Bank of England, is recognized internationally as making incredible contributions to the world and its thinking about finance. And what we get from the party opposite is ad hominem attacks, personal insults, all because they don't share their opinion. That's concerning, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Halloween is over now. It's time for this Liberal bloc to take off its costume and its rose-tinted glasses. Every month in Quebec, there are nearly 3 million requests for food assistance, which is 13% more than last year. Families are suffering under the weight of these Liberal bloc taxes. When will this government finally recognize that it's failed? and let Canadians have an election.
Minister of Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we heard something truly scary from the Leader of the Conservatives. He said he will cut 2 programs and more beyond that. There is no doubt in my mind that Conservative cuts would hurt families. If you're one of the 400,000 kids across Canada that is able to get a healthy meal at school so you can focus on learning, Conservatives will take that away. Literally take food out of the mouths of hungry kids. That's truly frightening. Now, how is cutting a national school food program going to help families pay their grocery bills?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, here's the facts. This government claims that it has invested $62 million to help do something about food insecurity. But meanwhile, community organization Moisson Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean has not received any of that money. This situation has been created by this Liberal bloc government. Why does this government prefer feeding Ottawa's bureaucracy instead of families in Quebec and Canada?
Secretary, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Feeding our kids is a priority in Quebec and Canada. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois voted against a great plan to help our kids at school. I would invite our colleagues across the way to look teachers in the face and tell them that we don't need to feed our kids when they're trying to go to school. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, this government is refusing to increase pensions for people between 65 and 74. It's saying that they're too rich. It's disrespectful. Among these supposedly rich seniors, 20% can't afford the housing they live in, according to the Quebec Statistics Institute. Their median income is $28,000 a year after taxes. According to 2020 stats, that's below the viable income threshold. Why are the Liberals abandoning these Quebec retirees and treating them as though they were ultra-wealthy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is the one that has done the most for seniors. Where was the Bloc Québécois when we reduced the eligibility age from 67 to 65? Where were they when we increased old age security for the 10% of most vulnerable seniors? It's so important to protect these vulnerable seniors, many of whom may not be able to work due to disabilities. And yet the Bloc Québécois voted against all those measures. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, seniors are not asking for handouts. They're just asking for what's fair after building Quebec with their own hands. They're asking for an end to this Liberal discrimination, which is depriving seniors from 65 to 74 at a time when in Quebec, the price of housing has increased 50% since 2020 in towns like Trois-Rivières or Rimouski. A 10% pension increase is really not too much to ask. Why are the Liberals continuing to do everything they can to discriminate among seniors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to take care of our seniors, and one way we're doing that is offering them dental care. As my colleague knows, thousands of seniors have benefited from this plan in Quebec in her own riding, even though the Bloc Québécois voted against it. And yet every senior is getting $731 on average to improve their dental health, and that's without even getting into the guaranteed income supplement increase. Mr. Speaker, if anyone is actually helping seniors, it's the Liberal Party.
For Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, BC food banks are struggling. More people than ever visit them and donations are down, and all the while greedy grocery CEOs line their pockets. For 3 years, food prices have skyrocketed while Liberals refuse to stand up to greedy CEOs to lower prices. And meanwhile, the Conservatives point the finger at everything else except those CEOs who are gouging people. These CEOs need to be put on notice. Lower your prices or face a price cap on essential foods. The only question remains, will the Liberals have the courage to do it? Yes or no?
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that the best way to get food prices down is to increase competition in the market. That's why we've worked with every member, every party in this House to advance our competition laws in this country. We've also injected new cash and capital into addressing food insecurity. The top ask of Food Banks Canada and many other food security organizations for years and years was to fund a national school food program. That's real support for Canadians that are at the food bank. It's essentially taking 400,000 kids out of those food bank lineups. That's real progress, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are ignoring rising food insecurity, something Manitobans know all too well. Over 50,000 people in Manitoba now rely on food banks. And Harvest Manitoba president says we're moving in the wrong direction. Obviously, the Liberals' backdoor talks with grocer CEOs are going nowhere. And Conservatives are listening to lobbyists and staying silent on price gouging. So will the Liberals adopt the NDP strategy of capping food prices and ending hunger?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, our government has been committed to making life more affordable for Canadians. We've done a number of things that have reduced household expenses for Canadians. The child care fees, 50% reduction, that's $800 a month in savings for the average family. That's significant savings. That's savings that Canadians can use, their families can use to pay for groceries. We've also offered a grocery rebate. We've offered a 50% reduction in child care fees. We've offered pharmacare and a national school food program. All of these measures make life more affordable for Canadians.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, they are not worth the cost of housing. As just reported by Scotiabank, young Canadians are abandoning the dream of ever owning a home. Over half said they must delay home buying plans due to the current economic situation, and more are living with parents or family than just 3 years ago. Conservatives will axe the federal sales tax on new homes sold. On an $800,000 house, this is a savings of $40,000 or $2,200 a year in mortgage payments. Will the NDP Liberals axe the federal GST on housing so more young Canadians can finally buy a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the details are really important, and this week the leader of the Conservative Party admitted that he was going to pay for that tax cut by axing the National Housing Accelerator Fund and other important programs which are supporting Canadians. And in response to that, Saskatoon's mayor said that a recent pledge from the federal Conservative Party leader to cancel the National Housing Accelerator Fund would put hundreds of already approved housing units in peril. This is true affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, not million-dollar condos, as my colleague opposite was talking about. Affordable housing for people in need in Saskatoon are in peril with this Conservative leader's plan.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the housing minister himself said that program doesn't actually lead to the construction of specific homes. Right. Conservatives will end failed Liberal housing programs that led to the doubling of rent, mortgages, and down payment costs. The Canadian Real Estate Association said the Conservative plan to axe the sales tax on homes is, quote, a positive move forward, lowering building costs, increasing housing supply, and making home ownership more attainable for Canadians, unquote. Will the NDP Liberals axe the GST, federal GST on housing, so more young Canadians can finally build a home or buy a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bait and switch in classic form. They say it's a cut, they're right. They're going to cut the Housing Accelerator Fund. They're going to cut out the ability of tens of thousands of Canadians to access affordable housing. They're going to undercut their own MPs who want the Housing Accelerator Fund to continue. This is absolutely mischaracterization of what they're trying to do. I don't know how any Canadians can take these guys seriously.
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing. He has single-handedly destroyed the dreams of Canadians who now believe that they will never be able to afford a home. But hope is on the horizon. Our common sense plan will axe the federal sales tax on new homes, saving Canadians up to $50,000. Will the Prime Minister axe the federal GST on housing so young Canadians can finally afford a home?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
So, Mr. Speaker, we're finally glad that the Conservative leader is being honest with Canadians. This week, he finally admitted that he will cut 2 programs and many more. One of those programs is a program that we fought on this side of the House for tooth and nail to get the Housing Accelerator Fund over the finish line. Why? Because municipalities for many years have been saying they need more capacity to speed up the process of home building. In Richmond Hill, Ontario, that's $31 million for 41,000 new homes. The mayor there, what does the member opposite say to the mayor, David West?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen the honourable colleague's polls. He should be more interested in dusting off his resume and updating his LinkedIn profile. Mr. Speaker, our common sense Conservative plan will axe the GST on new homes, saving Canadians up to $50,000. Under the Prime Minister, the cost of housing has skyrocketed. His housing plan has only doubled the bureaucracy and red tape. It hasn't even built a single home. Will the Prime Minister axe the tax on housing so Canadians can finally afford to put a roof over their head?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We're catching a glimpse of what those members would do if they were ever fortunate enough to sit on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. They would gut the programs that municipalities have been asking us to deliver to help them speed up the process of building more affordable homes for Canadians. That's truly appalling. Yep. What would the member opposite say to Mayor David West when he says it would be a shame to put that funding into jeopardy? How can the Conservatives stand up in this House and claim that they have a better solution to the affordable housing crisis than us? We have the most comprehensive plan in Canadian history.
Yes. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of housing has skyrocketed. He broke the promise of the Canadian dream, that if young people worked hard, they could get good paychecks, put food on the table, and buy a house to raise their families. But now today, according to Desjardins, young people need to wait 10 to 15 years more than their parents before they can buy a home. Will this Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc Québécois, will this Prime Minister accept our proposal to help young people by cutting the GST on new houses and condos? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Affordable housing is a priority for our government. But the Conservative Party does not have a plan.
What the Conservatives want to do, they want to cut tax on million-dollar condos and then put in jeopardy truly affordable housing. We want to make sure that everybody can afford a home, whether they're buying a condo or renting in a cooperative, or if they need to access shelter space, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Conservatives are making it abundantly clear to Canadians who they are. They don't care about people who are struggling to pay their bills. They don't care about people who are renting their homes or living in cooperatives or shelter spaces. They just want to help the wealthy.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this Liberal bloc has doubled rents, mortgages, and deposits. And now the Prime Minister wants to make the red tape even worse and increase costs even further. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader has proposed cutting the GST on affordable housing. In fact, all housing from $0 to $1 million, all of that housing would be GST free. Quebec's Property Owners Association believes that this is a good idea. Will the Prime Minister put an end to his photo op programs that don't actually lead to homes getting built? Will he do the right thing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We know that the Leader of Opposition doesn't know how to build affordable housing. When he was the Minister of Housing, he only built 6 affordable houses. They don't even know the definition of affordable homes. They don't know that people actually need a place to rent before they buy. They don't know that there are programs like Rent to Buy or Rent Geared to Income that actually exist, Mr. Speaker. Well, as our government, we've invested billions in new cooperative housing. And the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, Conservative premiers across this province have not had a housing plan. The Conservative leader of Ontario, for example, has cut funding for affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. Truly affordable housing aren't million-dollar condos.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow marks 500 days since this House passed Bill C-282 to protect supply management within trade agreements. And we're all wondering why 2 Liberal-appointed senators, Peter Beam and Peter Harder, we're all wondering why they're blocking this bill. But I think we got a clue yesterday. Former Liberal Minister John Manley, who was a leading light under Jean Chrétien, compared our farmers to the NRA gun lobby. He said we should ignore our farmers and that adopting C-282 would turn Canada into a regime like North Korea. Is he saying the quiet parts of the Liberals' perspective out loud? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, my honourable colleague is fully aware just over 50 years ago the Liberal government established the Supply Management Programme. My honourable colleague is well aware that over the last 50 years we have fully supported the Supply Management Programme. We have and will continue to support the Supply Management Programme and push our colleagues in the other place to pass Bill C-282. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
The Honourable Member. After 500 days of blocking the legislation, it's reasonable to wonder whether Peter Reid and Peter Harder are part of an anti-supply management movement in the Liberal Party, like John Manley. It's insulting to compare our farmers to the deadliest lobby in the U.S. and comparing our farmers and protecting our agriculture, small-scale agriculture system to a totalitarian regime is unbelievably insulting. And all of that from a big name under Jean Chrétien, who may well have an outsized influence on the Liberal Party. Will the Liberals unreservedly condemn what John Manley said and ask the Senate to pass C-282?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I can assure my honourable colleague I'm well aware of the importance of the Supply Management Programme. I've milked cows for half of my life. I'm well aware what the supply management means to the agricultural sector and to this country. I can assure my honourable colleague we will continue to support supply management and we will continue to push the Senate to pass Bill C-282. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, news is breaking today that Brookfield Asset Management, a multi-tentacled everything corporation that's chaired by Mark Carbon Tax Carney, will be moving its head office out of Canada. This news comes after reports that for several years, Brookfield's effective tax rate will be well below the new global minimum tax rate of 15%. Carney is the Liberals' senior economic advisor. Why are the Liberals letting Canada's economy be run by a man who puts profit over people?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here it is again. If you aren't a Conservative, you're on a hit list. You are going to be identified and attacked and vilified. It doesn't matter what your contributions were to your country or the world. Your character will be maligned and attacked. And that's exactly what this is, an ad hominem, baseless attack to try to intimidate and scare people from providing commentary and ideas to this government. And that's what Mark Carney is doing. He's providing his thoughts and ideas on a voluntary basis to this government. And I can tell you what they're trying to do is intimidate anybody from giving good advice.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, the reality is that Mark Carbon Tax Carney is moving Brookfield's headquarters to Wall Street to avoid paying Canadian tax. The reality is that Mark Carbon Tax Carney gets paid more if Brookfield pays less tax. And the reality is that while he's helping his company pay less corporate tax, he wants every Canadian to pay more carbon tax. Why are the Liberals letting Canada's economy, again, be run by a man who clearly puts profit over people?
The Honourable Minister.
Interesting, the Conservatives weren't attacking this individual before he offered to help and give ideas on a voluntary basis. It as soon as he identified that he wants to support the country by offering economic advice, they want to attack him because anybody who has ideas that doesn't support them becomes a villain, becomes somebody to attack. And that's the kind of country they want to create, where either you're a friend or you're an enemy. Either you agree with them or you attack them. Mark Carney's made incredible contributions to this country and to this world. They should be ashamed with the way they're behaving.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Carbon Tax Carney is this Prime Minister's top economic advisor, and he's moving his $1 trillion international investment firm out of Canada and to another country. Carbon Tax Carney will now be advising this Liberal Prime Minister from Wall Street. These two economic vandals have quadrupled the carbon tax on Canadians, while Carbon Tax Carney's jet setting off to New York City. It's profits over people, while the Prime Minister exempts Carbon Tax Carney from Canada's conflict of interest laws. So why is the Prime Minister exempting now conflict of interest Carney from ethics laws while he operates his company from Wall Street?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Okay, the Honourable Minister.
Well, it's clear that that member, from reading his statement, has spent his day trying to malign the character of a good Canadian. I can tell you that I'm not reading notes right now because I spent my morning working on pharmacare and dental care and trying to connect care to people. And I should wonder if he would go and say to his constituents, you know what I did today? I attacked the character of a wonderful Canadian. I spent my morning thinking of ways to come up with slogans and attack lines to somebody who served his country in the world. That's not how I spent my morning. I spent my morning thinking about Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
That minister and his government spent their morning making life more unaffordable for Canadians, sending record numbers of Canadians to line up at food banks, doubling mortgages, doubling rents. That's the record of this Liberal government, and that failure of a health minister with records number of Canadians who don't have a doctor. And this exemplary Canadian that they claim in conflict of interest, Carbon Tax Carney, let's talk about what he did since he got that job. He got Brookfield into negotiations for 10 billion Canadian tax dollars. His credit card company Stripe is now gouging Canadian small businesses, and he's been exposed for lobbying illegally UK ministers in the heat pump hustle. It's unacceptable. What can we have a carbon?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Innovation.
Well, we're used to that member playing politics in this House and attacking and maligning the character of great Canadians. But let me reference a member that these individuals on the Conservative benches like to quote over and over and over again. Yesterday, the food professor Sylvain Charlebois at Indu Committee said climate change is the agri-food sector's greatest challenge and we need to address it, which is very interesting because if you listen to the Conservatives every day complain and holler about food prices in this country, you'd think that they had a plan or some form of solution, but they do not have a plan to...
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians cannot find a family doctor, and labour shortages in construction are driving up the cost of housing. The Liberals betrayed migrant workers with the empty promises that they'll give them full status, including those in construction and healthcare. To add insult to injury, the Liberals is allocating a pathetic 50 spots for regularization in their 2025 levels plan. It's literally not worth the paper it's written on. Just what sort of sick joke is this?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Coming out of the pandemic, health workforce issues around the globe were incredibly serious. We just had the CIHI report came out that showed that Canada is leading the world to coming out of the pandemic. We have, when it comes to surgical wait times and surgical wait lists, returning to the levels before the pandemic. The CIHI report also showed that almost every jurisdiction in the country has more doctors and more nurses. We also were able to, that is 100% true. And what else is true is that's before we signed a deal with every province, every territory to put $200 billion in. So that data is before the dollars that we've actioned to move forward on health care.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with a healthcare worker in Terrace whose job as a psychiatric occupational therapist is critical in addressing the toxic drug and mental health crises in our communities. She's the only graduate from her class that's working in a northern rural community. But here's the thing. This government's student loan forgiveness program excludes occupational therapists. This is clearly an oversight, and my question for the government is a very simple one. Will it correct its error and ensure that people like this person in Terrace, BC, get the loan forgiveness that they so deserve?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was with the member in Terrace, and he's absolutely right. There are very significant challenges in rural and remote communities. I absolutely am looking forward to talking to him on that issue. Our loan forgiveness program for doctors and nurses and hygienists and physiotherapists has been a tremendous success in helping with workforce issues. I want to expand that, but I would call on him to work with us on health data because it's one of the main things that can help us in rural and remote communities. Right now, the Conservatives have taken hostage this Parliament. They will not allow a data bill to move forward, which will save lives and is critically needed, is nonpartisan. Let's get to work. Let's pass that bill.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is on the rise, and so is the spread of misinformation. In fact, there have been disturbing allegations this past week that parliamentarians are collaborating with foreign actors. Can the government please set the record straight for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Foreign interference is serious, and our government is firmly addressing this. It's why it's essential that we get the facts right. Unlike the member for Spadina Fort York, who has been spreading false claims, I want to be clear. I have undergone full security screening, and I do have security clearance as a Minister of the Crown. My question to this House is, why won't the Conservative leader get his security clearance so that he can protect Canadians in this country?
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this Bloc Liberal coalition isn't worth the cost of housing. Our leader has announced that we will eliminate the GST on housing units under $1 million. This was welcomed by a number of stakeholders, including the Corporation of Landlords of Quebec, which said, quote, the Conservative leader's proposal is another good idea to bring down housing costs, an initiative that goes in the right direction, end quote. Will the Bloc-supported Liberals finally get rid of the federal tax on housing, or will they continue wasting money on photo ops? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On the topic of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which the Conservatives have committed to cut if they were to form government, I wonder if he's had a conversation with the member, his colleague from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, or the member from Simcoe North, or the member from Fundy Royal, or the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, or perhaps the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, because all of those Conservative members have written letters to our Minister of Housing asking him for the Housing Accelerator Fund to help their towns build more units. We're talking about real affordable housing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, this Bloc Liberal government has doubled housing costs, doubled down payments, doubled mortgage costs, doubled the debt. We, on the other hand, would get rid of the federal tax on housing units under $1 million. This will allow Canadians to save up to $50,000. That's what we call common sense. Will this Bloc Liberal government finally open its eyes and use our idea to give Canadians and Quebecers a little bit of breathing room? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know who else used to say common sense a lot? It was Premier Mike Harris from Ontario in the early 90s. You know what we got from that common sense? We got Walkerton. We got deaths from dirty water. You know what else we got? We got dangerous cuts to community housing that it put in peril my mom's job and where we lived at Chautauqua Co-op when I was growing up. But it's not just Conservative MPs asking the Minister of Housing to keep the Housing Accelerator Fund and make sure their towns and cities get it. It's also dozens of mayors across the country, including Saskatoon's mayor, the mayor of Richmond Hill, the mayor of Kingston, Thunder Bay, St. John, Saskatoon, Surrey, Cambridge, Barrie. I could go on, Mr. Speaker. Everybody needs the Housing Accelerator Fund.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals are not worth the cost of housing, common sense Conservatives have announced a plan that will axe the federal sales tax on new homes that's universally been seen as a game changer. On an $800,000 house, this tax cut will save homebuyers $40,000 and $2,200 a year in mortgage payments. After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, they've doubled rent, doubled mortgage payments, and doubled down payments. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberals axe the federal GST on housing so more Canadians, young Canadians, can afford to buy a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, on the Housing Accelerator Fund, I just named 5 or 6 Conservative members of Parliament who have written to the Minister of Housing to ask for the Housing Accelerator Fund, but I didn't mention a former Conservative member of Parliament who's now the mayor of Barrie in that member's constituency. Former Conservative member of Parliament Alex Nuttall has actually written to the Minister of Housing and said, please, don't cancel the Housing Accelerator Fund. We need the Housing Accelerator Fund. It costs money to build affordable housing. We need the federal government at the table. Please, continue to help us build affordable housing and don't cut the HST.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and obviously that member is still on a sugar high from Halloween. I have actually spoke to the City of Barrie Mayor. I spoke to him yesterday, in fact, and they have set the standards on building permits and processing across the country. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that Mayor Nuttall and Council
From the top, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
it takes a conservative, Mr. Speaker, to get the job done, and they did it before the National Housing Accelerator Fund was announced. They've set the standard on building permits and processing, and the fact is that the City of Barrie, its mayor and its council, stand to gain better from our Building Homes Not Bureaucracy plan, because we're going to be in it for the long term, just not for another couple of years. So, Mr. Speaker, why won't the NDP Liberal Costley Coalition support our GST tax cut so more younger Canadians can afford to buy a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have said it better myself. The member opposite is right. Barrie has cut red tape. They have improved wait times for approvals. They have done all of those things because they received the Housing Accelerator Fund. I want to congratulate the mayor of Barrie, the former Conservative member of Barrie, that member's predecessor. Alex Nuttall has been a great mayor to the people of Barrie, and he has worked with the Housing Accelerator Fund. Mr. Speaker, it actually took a Conservative with Liberal policies to solve affordable housing crises across the country, and that includes Alex Nuttall and Barrie, and I thank him for being a champion of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Bay Nunavik EU. Advanced directives on medical assistance in dying are now legal in Quebec. This is a major victory for people like Sandra de Montigny, who suffers from early onset Alzheimer's, but there have been no gains in terms of legal protections for doctors. The College of Physicians has noted that under the Criminal Code, advanced directives are still illegal. This means that some physicians will refuse their patients' directives out of a fear of legal repercussions. Will the government finally show compassion and amend the criminal code to allow advanced directives? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout Canada's history, advanced directives have been illegal. Now we are having a national conversation, something that is absolutely essential, because a change as big as the one we are contemplating requires a major conversation with all the provinces and territories. There must also be conversations in each Canadian's household. I lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's. It was a tragic thing to go through. An issue as sensitive as this one requires a national conversation. The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Bay Nunavik EU. A House of Commons committee has already carried out a serious study on advanced directives. All the experts have already been heard. Quebec also carried out broad consultations before amending its laws. The College of Physicians, the Quebec Bar, patient associations, the National Assembly. Who is left for the Liberals to consult? The Conservative religious right? While the Liberals delay, doctors and patients are getting worried. When will they amend the criminal code? The Honourable Minister of Health. It's a good question. It's worth asking what the Conservative position is on this issue, because they're staying suspiciously silent. I wonder what their position is. As for the rest of the member's question, it is essential to ensure that our system is ready for such a change. A change as major as the one we are contemplating requires time and conversations, not too much time. A report will be published by March, and we will continue holding these sorts of discussions with the country.
Hey, Margaret.
Statistics Canada confirmed this week that under the NDP Liberals, Canadians are getting poorer. Statistics Canada tracks the prosperity of Canadians. And in 8 of the last 9 quarters, they report that Canadians are getting poorer. And what is worse is that the Royal Bank predicts the Liberal legacy is going to continue. This is why more than half of Canadians are struggling to pay for their everyday essentials. Meanwhile, U.S. prosperity grew by 2.8%. Will the Prime Minister reverse the Liberal recession and axe the taxes that are making Canadians poorer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's time for a history lesson from my colleague. You know, our government since 2015, we've invested in Canadians, we've invested in the Canadian economy, we've invested in the business world, we've invested in our community organization. But lesson number 2, Mr. Speaker, when they were in power in 2014, they made major budget cuts on the back of our men and women who serve. Do you remember they closed 9 veteran offices right across the country, one of which was in Nova Scotia? But good news, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the 8th anniversary of the reopening of the veteran office in Nova Scotia. I would
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Now there's a typical NDP Liberal Nova Scotian who thinks that Canadians have never had it so good. He thinks that quadrupling the carbon tax, which he wants to do, is good for Canadians, that they're increasing housing taxes, that increasing job-killing capital gains taxes are good for Canadians. Well, let me tell you what The Economist says. The Economist says now that Canada is poorer than Alabama, the 4th poorest state in the U.S. The Economist also says that over the last 5 years, the U.S. economic growth has doubled Canada's. The Financial Post says Canadian standard of living decline is the worst in 40 years. Will the Prime Minister axe the taxes that are making Canadians...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you know what the Conservatives are talking about right now? They're talking about making cuts. The question is, what cuts is he going to be making with his leader and his government? So they want to make cuts to child care. They want to make cuts to daycare, $10 a day. They want to make cuts to dental care. They want to make cuts to pharmacare. Mr. Speaker, I even heard that they're going to move the retirement age from 65 to 67. No, I heard 67, 68, 69. What is it? Let's have the real truth. Share with Canadians. How many cuts are you going to make? When are you making the cuts? We're ready. We want to hear. Canadians want to know where you're going to make those cuts.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Canadians are struggling with skyrocketing costs on everything from groceries to gas, and now we see the toll it's taken on our economy. Statistics Canada confirms what families already know. This NDP Liberal coalition is not worth the cost. GDP per person has dropped 8 out of the last 9 quarters. Meanwhile, in the U.S., GDP grew by nearly 3% last quarter. Why? Because NDP Liberals keep taxing Canadians into the ground with their hikes on the carbon tax, the housing tax, and the job-killing capital gains tax. So will the Prime Minister finally axe these tax hikes that are driving Canadians into poverty?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we hear in this House Conservatives speaking up for vulnerable people. But then what do they say when they're in committee, Mr. Speaker? Listen to this. The member from Peterborough, Kawartha, said, quote, "Guess what happens when you don't have a house? You go commit crime because you're in poverty." Mr. Speaker, it's shameful that as we stand up to lift Canadians up, Conservatives use vulnerable people as props and then demonize them and blame them for crime in this country. It's truly shameful, and Canadians should see through their rhetoric.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, over 1 million Canadians have now accessed care through the Canadian Dental Care Plan, and with close to 363,000 British Columbians who are approved to receive care, that number will continue to soar. Now, despite this success, Conservatives are quick to say that they'll gut the programs that are helping Canadians. 1 out of 4 Canadians said they skipped a dental visit because they couldn't afford it. Can the Minister of Health please inform this House how the CDCP is helping Canadians with affordability and helping them to put their health first?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, I want to thank the member who is such an advocate for health, and I know he's a Canucks fan, so if you look at this, well, I'm taking a guess he's a Canucks fan, but if you are, he is. Okay, he's nodding. Imagine 50 times you could fill that stadium with Canucks fans, and that's how many Canadians we're talking about with 1 million people. And yesterday, when I was in Scarborough, I talked to Manjeet. You know, Manjeet, Mr. Speaker, let me know that he had a tooth extracted, cost him $700. This was a whole bunch of years ago. He was terrified to go to the dentist again. He had pain in his mouth. He said, I wouldn't go. Now he's going because he's got a plan. He's got the coverage. That's what his plan is.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth it. Just this week, the Calgary Food Bank reported more people needed them than ever before. 200% increase since 2019, 30% increase in the last year. Nearly 40% were employed, higher than the national average. Constituents like Kim write me, "This coalition will cost me my house, my mode of transportation, and any semblance of quality of life that I have left. Will the Prime Minister give Canadians relief? and call a carbon tax election?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I have one word: hypocritical. That's what you call it when people say they care about something and then do the exact opposite. Like when Conservatives say they care about people who have to use a food bank, but then want to cut a program that's going to feed 400,000 more kids per year. Like when Conservatives say they care about violent crime, but then they want to make it easier for criminals to get guns. Like when Conservatives say they care about foreign interference, but their leader won't even step up to get a security clearance to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we can't believe anything the Conservatives say in this House.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
After 9 years, it's clear this NDP Liberal government is simply not worth the cost. Food Banks Canada now states that the need for their services is spiralling out of control. In Manitoba, food bank usage has increased 122% since the pandemic, with over 50,000 people relying on them each month. The CEO of Harvest Manitoba says that this is absolutely unprecedented. Yet the NDP Liberal government's plans to raise the cost of food further by quadrupling the carbon tax. So when will the Prime Minister simply end the pain and let Canadians vote in a carbon tax election?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Hunger Report from Food Banks Canada is an important document, and I hope my colleague opposite actually reads it, because they make 4 recommendations. Rebuild the social safety net, invest in truly affordable housing, support lower-income workers, and address the northern and remote food insecurity issue. That's 108 pages, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't mention the carbon tax once. You know why? Because they know that the Canada Carbon Rebate achieves those 4 things. It invests in lower-income Canadians. It makes sure that food insecurity is addressed for those communities, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite wants to quote the food banks, he ought to read the report and make the same recommendations those poverty elimination experts do.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Liberals' Indigenous contracting scandal is the biggest Liberal scandal yet. The Liberal government used the Indigenous contracting program to send money to well-connected, non-Indigenous insiders using shell companies, shady joint ventures, and outright fabrication. Indigenous leaders say that most of those who benefited from this program are shell companies. Most. Will these fraudsters and their Liberal enablers be held accountable? Will they pay back the money they took from taxpayers and from real Indigenous businesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Indigenous partners have been absolutely clear on this point. Indigenous procurement programs have been essential to supporting Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs and creating jobs at Indigenous-led businesses. And initial reports show that the government is exceeding the 5% targets. And we are already speaking with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis partners and business leaders and financial institutions to figure out what's working, what's not working, and how we can make it even better.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, 1 million Canadians, let me repeat that, 1 million Canadians are not receiving care under the Canadian Dental Care Plan. This plan is changing the lives of Canadians and helping them get access to the dental care they need. Conservatives voted against this. Can the Minister share with this House what he is hearing from Canadians about the Canadian Dental Care Plan and why this plan is here to stay?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 million in 6 months. It is fantastic, and it's connecting people to care all across the country. And I want to thank the member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity, for his incredible advocacy. You know, we were in Clarenville together, and we were able to talk really on the ground about what this meant for people in his riding, connecting them to care, the dignity of a smile that they can be proud of, preventative care. You know, it was just, and then afterwards I went to Gander, we talked to Dr. Redmond, found 3 oral cancers just in the last number of months that wouldn't have been found. This is saving lives. This is giving people dignity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the longest coastline in the world, but the Liberals have abandoned our coasts and coastal communities, just like the Conservatives did. Recently, the Liberals cut the Ghost and Derelict Fishing Gear Cleanup Fund, closed lighthouses, cut funding to deal with invasive green crab, and are still allowing a massive ship to be dismantled in a sensitive ecosystem. And this is only a snapshot of all their failures for coastal communities. When is this minister going to stop letting coastal communities down?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, DFO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you won't be surprised that I think have the opposite view on that. In fact, if you look at coastal communities in British Columbia, we're putting forward a transition in terms of salmon, farm salmon in BC. We're taking things seriously. We're not pontificating on what is wrong and making judgments. We're curious about what British Columbians need. What they need is good paying jobs. They need a government that takes safety seriously. That is so important. There's a lot in that question that I would like to unpack. I wish I had 10 more minutes, because I had to have 10 more minutes of answers on what this government is doing well.
And the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, this government gave an HST exemption to for-profit developers of rental units to help address the housing crisis, but left out non-profit, affordable homeownership builders like Habitat for Humanity. In my community, Habitat's Keele Street build would have had an extra $1 million for affordable units had this been in place. And the federal government could pay for it by ending tax exemptions for large corporate investors who buy up existing units and raise rents. So will this government include this important measure in the fall economic statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member's advocacy for Habitat for Humanity. I recently had a meeting with them as well because they opened a new restore in Milton. So congratulations to Habitat for Humanity, and thanks to them for building thousands and thousands of homes for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to thank the member from the Green Party's advocacy on cooperative housing. And since this is the last question, I'd just like to congratulate my mom on 30 years of cooperative housing work in Mississauga. She's retiring on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. And we need more co-op housing in Canada. We need more co-op housing workers. We need more community coordinators like my mom, Beata. So congratulations on 35 years, Mom.
And congratulations to your mom as well. I see the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre standing on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my question period, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, while his Conservative bros giggled around him, heckled me in this chamber. Now, I've had to remind this member before to calm down on his toxic masculinity. So I'm asking through you, Mr. Speaker, for him to control his inner macho man and apologize. Thank you.
While I appreciate the help, I'll just remind all and everyone to maintain decorum in the House. Daily routine of business, affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents. L'honorable député.
Tabling of documents. The honourable member from Langeais-Charlemont.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to paragraph 38.6 of the standing order, I have the honour to table in both official languages the responses to the government to 6 petitions. These documents will be digitally tabled.
Tabled. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Interparliamentary delegation reports. Committee reports. The honourable member from Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the report from the Standing Committee of Industry and Technology called Non-Competitive Behaviour in the Digital World in Canada.
Presenting reports to committees? No. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi intérêt public.
First reading of Senate private members' bills.
Présentation pétition.
Petitions.
Calgary.
The honourable member from Calgary Shepherd.
Glad I caught your eye again. I have 3 petitions to table today. The first petition is on medical assistance in dying or euthanasia from constituents in my riding. They're asking for the Government of Canada to again stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying or euthanasia to those with only underlying condition being mental illness. The second petition, again, is from folks in my riding from Stampede Time, so I'm tabling it a little late on their behalf. They're asking again for the House to hold another non-confidence vote, and should that vote be successful, to hold an election within 45 days. And finally, the third petition is drawing attention of the House to the continued practice by the CCP to persecute Falun Gong practitioners with transnational repression, including in Canada. They're drawing the attention of the House to the fact that the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the organ harvesting abuses in the PRC and calls on the government of China to end immediately the practices of harvesting organs from prisoners of conscience. I'll also draw the attention of the House to the fact that there is a Canadian, Zhao Li, who is also targeted by the CCP with continued repression. So they're asking the Canadian Parliament to do the following: pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the CCP regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and finally publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in the People's Republic of China. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table the petition from a group of concerned citizens who raises the issue related to foreign interference and as well as the plight of Hong Kongers in Canada. They note that the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in Canada enjoys diplomatic and immunity privileges, and this is largely as a result of the one country, two system rule. Now, under the national security law that Hong Kong is faced with, those basic rights and basic law in Hong Kong no longer exists. The petitioner further notes that a senior employee of the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in the UK had been charged with assisting a foreign intelligence service and foreign interference matters contrary to various sections of their National Security Act. They further noted that there was evidence presented that the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in the UK had been directly involved in paying the defendants to conduct hostile activities targeted at the Hong Kong diaspora in the UK, including hostile surveillance, acts of deception, and forcing entry into a residential address. Canada is a safe haven among Hong Kongers fleeing political oppression since 2019, including Canada-born pro-democracy lawmaker Dennis Kwok, who had been issued bounties by Hong Kong police for violating and widely condemned Hong Kong national security laws. So to that end, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling for the Canadian government to end the diplomatic privileges and immunity to the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in Canada.
Presenting the petitions, President Tasse Petition, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually today, virtually because I'm hovering near where my new granddaughter was just born. I know that's not part of petitions. I am very pleased to present a petition that does relate to motherhood. It's an unusual group of petitioners, Mr. Speaker. They are all physicians who are also mothers. The petitioners, as physicians and as mothers, ask the House to pay attention to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change special report on 1.5 degrees, which was actually issued in the fall of 2018, and which set out the parameters that the world will have to meet to avoid going over dangerous tipping points that put the future of our children and grandchildren at risk. They ask the government to be cognizant of the imperatives to meet the Paris Agreement targets to reduce emissions dramatically and quickly to avoid going over 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, which puts the future of human civilization at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, President Tasse Petition, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition. The petitioners note that the government's planned expansion of MAID in cases of mental illness where it's the sole underlying condition would put vulnerable Canadians at risk because it is impossible to determine irremediability as well as to distinguish between suicidality and a rational request for MAID. Accordingly, the petitioners call on this House to stand with vulnerable persons and permanently scrap the reckless expansion of MAID to those with mental illness as the sole underlying medical condition.
Présentation
de pétition, l'honorable député.
Petitions, honourable member from Centre Okanagan.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan. I have a petition today, Mr. Speaker, in regards to Canadians that are concerned about the communist government in Beijing and their targeting of the people of the Falun Gong community, specifically for human forced organ harvesting. This is an incredibly disgusting practice. I think as Canadians, we would all agree, Mr. Speaker, that someone should not be targeted for their faith, but to have this gruesome practice being done, the petitioners would like to see a variety of things done in this petition, and I'll just simply say that they would like to see their parliamentarians amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, as well as they call, obviously, the end of persecution of people of faith like the Falun Gong group. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de.
Petitions, honourable member from Courtenay Alberni.
On behalf of coastal people and Vancouver Islanders, they're writing their concern, the petitioners cite, are around migrating juvenile wild salmon stocks, which are under serious threat from pathogens, pollutants, and sea lice originating from open net fish farms, Mr. Speaker, and this was highlighted in the Cohen Commission. They cite that wild salmon support First Nations cultural traditions and complex ecosystems, including contributing to coastal forests, which produce the oxygen we breathe. And in spite of the serious risk of PRV and that it poses to the migrating juvenile wild salmon stocks, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans refuses to screen for domestic PRV and stop the transfer of farmed salmon known to be infected with PRV. And lastly, the Pacific salmon runs on the British Columbia coast are in a state of emergency. They're calling for the government to immediately stop the transfer of PRV-infected smolts into open net salmon farms, complete the transitioning of open net salmon farms to be land-based closed containment by 2025, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, to develop a transition plan that supports communities, workers, the suppliers, and all of those that are impacted by the open net salmon farm industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de.
The honourable member for.
From concerned Canadians who have expressed very serious concerns about serious proposals to expand the medical assistance in dying regime in Canada to infants under the age of 1. They're very concerned about recommendations relating to the expansion of MAID for infants with severe deformities or very serious syndrome. This proposal is very concerning to these Canadians who have signed this petition. They feel that this government must take action to block any attempts to expand medical assistance in dying for children, and the petitioners feel very strongly that infanticide is always wrong. I'm also pleased to rise and table a petition from concerned Canadians who are concerned about the practice of forced organ harvesting that has been taking place in China. Members of the Falun Gong community have been disproportionately targeted by the government for forced organ harvesting. Petitioners are calling on the Canadian Parliament to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese government's regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. They're calling on this government to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and they're publicly calling on this government to call for an end to the persecution of the Falun Gong in China. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to table a number of petitions on behalf of my constituents. I hope there won't be too much heckling, although heckling is loud. We certainly wouldn't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Anyways, the first petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill C-257. This is an excellent private member's bill that I have tabled in the House. Bill C-257 would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination within the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that Currently, there is no prohibition against discriminating against someone on the basis of their political beliefs, and that adding that prohibition would align well with prohibitions on discrimination on the basis of other characteristics that are already protected in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note in particular that it's in the best interest of democracy to protect public debate and the free exchange of ideas, and political discrimination can deter and limit the ability of individuals to participate freely in public debate. So Bill C-257 would protect that free exchange of ideas that helps to advance the common good through substantial exchanges among free peoples. Petitioners therefore want to see the House pass Bill C-257 and take other measures to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. Next, I'm tabling a bill highlighting, a petition highlighting a variety of concerns regarding human rights and abuses by the government of Eritrea. Petitioners want the House to note, first of all, that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years, with no constitution, no election, no parliament, no freedom of the press, and no freedom of movement and association. Although it gets less attention, it is generally known as a result of this reality as being the North Korea of Africa in terms of governance. Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, and political repression. And Eritreans who have sought asylum around the world, including here in Canada, continue to be concerned about foreign interference, about how the Eritrean government, through their embassies, try to undermine the human rights of those who have fled and interfere in the affairs of other sovereign countries. And various instances of this are highlighted in the petition. Also, petitioners want to draw the attention of the House to how the Eritrean dictator collaborates with Vladimir Putin and other adversaries, other authoritarian regimes around the world. Petitioners call on the House to take a number of steps to engage more with Eritrean human rights activists and pro-democracy groups, to take a leadership stand against the Eritrean dictator's malicious conspiracy with Vladimir Putin, to investigate instances of foreign interference in Canada involving the Eritrean regime, to ensure that those who are agents of the regime are not able to misuse our asylum system to come to Canada. And petitioners want to see stronger sanctions against human rights abusers associated with the Eritrean regime. And they also are calling for the release of various political prisoners, imprisoned journalist Dawit Isaak, who is the longest imprisoned journalist in the world, as well as various imprisoned Eritrean former parliamentarians, Petros Solomon, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharif, Haile Woldense, Ogbe Abraha, Hamid Himid, Salah Idris Kekya, Estefanos Sayoum, Berhum Gegbraz Gabehir, Astir Fezhazian, Germano Nati, and Baraki Gebrselassie. So I'll commend that important petition to the consideration of my colleagues. Next, I'm tabling a petition raising concern about another proposal for the expansion of euthanasia. While we've seen so many abuses already, Canadians who are struggling with cost of living, for example, being pushed towards considering this option. The focus of this government, rather than on alleviating the suffering of Canadians, has been on trying to propose further expansions of the already most liberal euthanasia regime in the world. In this case, petitioners are raising concern about a proposal to expand euthanasia to include, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants, obviously without their consent, is deeply disturbing to many Canadians. It was a proposal made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons before a parliamentary committee. So petitioners would like to see the House soundly reject this proposal. Mr. Speaker, in the time I have left, I'll table one more petition highlighting the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners are very concerned about how Falun Gong practitioners face a decades-long campaign of violence by the CCP in China. That campaign of violence has included various forms of persecution, including forced organ harvesting. And those who have signed this petition would like to see the House take stronger measures to combat the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China and to seek the release of various political prisoners currently imprisoned, especially those with close connections to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période pour la présentation de pétitions.
The time provided for petitions being expired, I will recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada.
The following questions will be answered today, 2950 and 2956. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2,947 to 2,949, 2,951 to 2,955, and 2,957 to 2,962 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion and that these documents be tabled?
Oui, ainsi.
Therefore, agreed and ordered, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the other questions be allowed to stand. I would like to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, privilège, reprise.
Orders of the day, privilege, concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to SDTC and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Moise. Resuming debate. Point of order, the Honourable Member.
Nous allons vérifier.
We will check that there is quorum in the House.
Non, nous n'avons pas le quorum.
We do not have quorum. Call in the members.
Le quorum étant maintenant
The quorum has now been observed, and therefore we will return to orders of the day. We were at resuming debate. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I just ask next time that when you're doing a quorum count, you also count the Conservative MPs that are hiding behind the curtains. Good idea.
Donc, je vais vous demander un peu de
Order in this House, please. We were at the resumption of debate, and I recognize the Honourable Member for...
Bon, je demanderai un peu de décor.
Order, please. Order in the House.
De chaque côté.
On both sides.
J'aurais pas envie.
I would not like to have to name members in this House because we are unable to proceed. We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the second occasion where I've seen the member from Leeds, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. He's heckling me right now. If I threatened physical violence against members. Last week, I think it was 2 weeks ago, he was doing this to a woman, the member from Edmonton, Strathcona, and now he's doing it to Liberal members across the way. I just want to remind him through you, as he heckles me in the House, that this isn't the WWE, that we're in the Chamber of Commons, the House of Commons. And that he should show a little bit more respect and refrain from his violent behavior.
On the same point of order.
Je le reconnais.
On the main topic, the honourable member.
Point of order. Not only is that absolutely false, I've never threatened anyone with violence in this place, number one. Number two, in this instance, the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell did make a homophobic comment in this House mere minutes ago, and I encouraged him, in raising my hands, to stand up and make the same comment again. Now, should the NDP members be okay with that type of conduct in here? Well, I'll leave that to their own conscience and for them to explain that to their constituents. I can tell you that I find it reprehensible and unacceptable. And again, that member should withdraw and apologize, because the claim that she made is unsubstantiated. It's not been captured and answered, and it certainly hasn't been something that's been adjudicated on by the chair. So, Mr. Chair, I would ask that you invite that member to apologize for saying something that is demonstrably not true.
Is the member rising on the same topic?
Said that they were hiding behind the curtain. I said there's nothing wrong with coming from behind the curtain. There was nothing wrong. None.
Sur le même sujet, l'honorable député. L'honorable député de Winnipeg Centre.
Same point of order. The honourable member.
Back to the accusations about what I allegedly said during question period. As I recall, I honestly wasn't even paying attention to her question during question period. But the point is, holding your arms out is not an act of violence. And this member is repeatedly using unparliamentary language in the House. One cannot say in the House the things this member has said. This member thinks that she can get away with ignoring the rules. And I think it's important that there be one standard of adherence to parliamentary rules. The name-calling, the insults are unparliamentary, and this member needs to be brought to order.
On the same point of order, the honourable member.
Happy Friday, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask perhaps that we could have peace and unity in this place and carry on with debate. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the honourable member and all the members in this House for the point of order. Obviously, I would like to remind members of the importance of having order and decorum in this House and constructive debate. And the Speaker will look at the blues and come back to the House, if necessary, on the points that were raised, which brings us to resumption of debate. And I recognize the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House, to be the a voice for the citizens of Calgary-Midnapore. So it will be the second time today. It's the second time today that I'll be speaking on this matter of privilege. I have already spoken on this, but this time I'm going to speak a little bit more in French because the last time I mostly spoke in English. And So I will share a few words in French with my colleagues, given that I can do so. So before talking about this matter, I would like to make the point that unfortunately, it is not the first time that we have seen that the government is not willing to hand over the documents that we have requested. And it is not the first time that it has done so. In fact, we have a number of examples where they decided to keep the documents instead of handing them over. And yes, in fact, the first example that I have here is regarding the carbon tax, when we requested the documents to support the documents from the PBO, because he said it is more expensive for Canadians to have the carbon tax in place rather than receiving carbon rebates. And so we requested those documents, but unfortunately, once again, the government refused to hand them over. And so that was an unfortunate situation. The second case where we did not receive the documents from the government was when we were discussing foreign interference. And with that situation, well, this is a similar situation now, where we on this side of the House wanted the names that appeared in the foreign interference report, but unfortunately, the Prime Minister decided that he did not want to give us the documents once again, and even though we asked for these names several times in this House, they decided that they would not want to hand the documents over. They simply wanted to give the information that they thought was the right information. And when our leader, the member for Carleton, obviously he cannot talk about this matter because he does not have the documents that he needs to do so. So that was another situation. We once again, we didn't receive the documents we need. And what about ArriveCan?
There was another situation where we asked for documents. This time, documents on ArriveCan. We eventually got some documents and we heard some witnesses. Mr. Christian Firth, that witness, decided not to cooperate with our committee, the Government Operations Committee. For that reason, he was called to the bar of the House. And certainly, Mr. Firth was causing problems, but so was this government. They simply decided not to hand over the documents. So, an increasing number of people have suffered due to this government's action and inaction, especially their refusal to hand over documents. Yes, Christian Firth did something wrong. He refused to hand over information to us, but he is also a victim of this government. Another example came up where the government refused to hand over documents. Here, I am thinking about the Winnipeg Labs scandal. That was a whole other issue. And on that occasion as well, we did not receive information and documents about two scientists. And once again, a public servant, I believe the deputy minister, was forced to come before the bar of the House and receive a punishment, an admonishment from the House. So there was a whole other situation. And what do all of these situations have in common, Mr. Speaker? They all involve specific individuals, but at the end of the day, it's the government's responsibility. The government is the one that failed to hand documents over. Yet another example, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about the We Charity scandal. We called for documents on We Charity, and what happened was really interesting. In the other scandals I mentioned, they all they all started under this government, except for the Winnipeg Lab scandal. I believe that started under the previous Parliament. The Liberals have, of course, been in power for 3 parliaments. The final scandal I will talk about has to do with the Governor General. We never received documents on her. So unfortunately, there's a great deal of examples where we, as parliamentarians, didn't get the documents we called for, despite the parties of this House passing a motion calling for documents. Unfortunately, the government doesn't always listen to us. This is because we have a government that is trying to cling to power with support from the NDP. For me, the most difficult thing about all this isn't just the fact that we didn't get the documents we need. It's not just the various scandals we have seen. It's the fact that the NDP is still propping up this government at a time when many Canadians are suffering. Many Canadians want there to be elections. They want a carbon tax election. So this is truly a difficult time, both for the House of Commons and for Canada. Canadians don't want to continue down this same path. That includes Quebecers, Mr. Speaker. People from Quebec and all throughout Canada are calling for elections, given the situation that they are facing. This includes the fact that Quebecers and Canadians are increasingly unable to afford food because the cost of food is much too high. It's leading to hunger. We've heard many sad stories here in this House about how people are unable to buy food because of high costs under this government. And another thing, what about young people who want to buy their first home? They are increasingly unable to afford to do so. Why? Because the costs of housing are much too high these days. People are unable to pay their mortgage. Mortgage payments are through the roof these days. It's all because of housing costs and high interest rates caused by this government. So we've heard a lot of sad stories. They constitute the reasons for which Canadians want a carbon tax election. So, yes, and another thing, Mr. Speaker. This has to do with the cost of gasoline. Gasoline is more and more expensive due to the carbon taxes put in place by this NDP Liberal government. It's driving up costs for Canadians. So the cost of living is high these days. The government talks about the high cost of living, but it's in fact their fault. Many things, almost everything really, are increasing in cost. So yes, this government refuses to hand over documents, and they also refuse to create an environment where Canadians can thrive. Because, as I have noted, food, gas, home heating, housing, everything is expensive under these Liberals. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the economy isn't the only thing that this government is mismanaging. I have a number of other examples of things that the government is failing to get a handle on. This includes passports. In fact, we are facing a situation involving the government House Leader who can't seem to handle the creation of passports. That's something truly unfortunate, because during the pandemic, there were many Canadians who wanted to travel and who couldn't travel because they couldn't get their hands on passports. So that's another example of how this government is inept. We have seen the same thing with forest management, Mr. Speaker. The wildfires in Jasper were a tragedy. But why were they so severe? Because the government decided to ignore scientists speaking about the threat of a severe fire in Jasper. For that very reason, unfortunately, we had terrible fires. And again, it was the fault of this government. This government's fault. So yes, and then there was another situation, because the former transport minister said that it was Canadians' fault that they were not able to travel. The transport minister failed to take responsibility for the transportation system that he destroyed during the pandemic. I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member. Interpreters are noting that, and the member has 5 minutes left in her speech, but interpreters are noting that the sound of papers shuffling around is being picked up in the microphone. I wonder if your binder is actually touching the mic. I hope that you will be able to get rid of this noise. Ah, yes, it's probably that piece of paper there. Again, the honourable member has 5 minutes to finish her speech. Apologies. I will do my best not to shuffle my files around. Unfortunately, I need a lot of files on the table because there are so many examples of where the government let Canadians down. So I will continue. The next example that I have showing that the government failed to take responsibility was the Governor General affair. I mentioned this earlier, noting that we did not receive documents that we called for. But now I have some more information on this, Mr. Speaker. There was a situation where the government refused to hand over documents on almost $300,000 worth of spending by the Governor General. We got no clear explanation about this high spending, so we asked for an itemized list, and we did not get it. I have already brought up We Charity, but I have more information here on this affair, Mr. Speaker. There were lots of redactions. Redactions made by the public service and by public servants, but really the government is supposed to be responsible for public servants. So perhaps the government can ask their bureaucrats to stop redacting documents provided to committees and to the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. Another example of documents was the issue of the CBSA. The CBSA failed to provide documents regarding the costs of external contractors. That is another important example. It's important for us to have accurate information so that we can review government spending and determine whether there are issues with spending processes or whether there's some other issue going on. So for this reason, it is very important for us to get our hands on the documents. And another example, one I have already brought up, is the issue of foreign interference. The article I am looking at says that the Liberals decided not to hand over 1,000 plus documents. That's a lot of documents. And lastly, there's the carbon tax. The Liberals refused to hand over an analysis of the economic impacts of the carbon tax. What is more, they refuse to explain why they are retaining these documents. A perfect time to conclude my speech, but I'll give a summary. We have seen on numerous occasions that the government refuses to share information with the House. They refuse to share information with us in the Conservative Party. And I think it is very important for the House to receive the documents we have asked for so that Canadians can have access to the documents, so that we can have our hands on the documents and go through them in order to determine faults where they exist. And also so we can figure out ways to improve our systems and our processes. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I think it goes beyond that. I think the government is being actively malicious. And here I will end my speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your time here in this House. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Speaker, the Honourable Member brought up housing, and I actually have a
couple of questions with respect to the proposal by the Conservatives to take the GST off of the price of new houses. Will that cut apply to the first $1 million of a home that's, say, bought for $1.5 million? And secondly, will that tax break apply to people who are buying a property as an investment?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
To the Honourable Member for that question. I will say that I just think the fact that the Leader of the Official Opposition has decided to take action and to make this important policy announcement, in fact, it's been called the most significant housing policy in the last 2 decades, the fact that he alone has taken this step to do that, this is more than what this government has done. I think, as always, the particulars of new legislation have yet to be determined, but clearly, as always, this leader is one step ahead of the Prime Minister and having announced this important policy piece, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? I recognize the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech on transparency. I think that's something we ought to praise. I wonder if a possible Conservative government would commit to greater transparency and more accountability from the federal government, because in the Harper years, this was not the case. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I think it is the goal of any government. It should be the goal of the next Conservative government, and also the goal of our leader. We want to have greater transparency. Certainly, more can always be done by a party or a government or a party leader, but I believe that transparency is truly a priority for the member for Carleton, and I hope we can see a more transparent Quebec and Canada under a Conservative government and under our leader, the member for Carleton. Questions and comments? I recognize the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
An issue that was brought up earlier, and that involves the Prime Minister's key economic advisor, Carbon Tax Carney. We found out this morning that, in fact, he is moving the headquarters of Brookfield Asset Management, of which he is the chair of the board, from Toronto to New York. This is the key economic advisor to the Prime Minister, who has seemingly zero confidence in the Canadian economy and the Canadian tax system as well. And obviously, you know, there's got to be some advantages for him doing that, or else he wouldn't. So I'm just wondering if the Honourable Member can comment on Carbon Tax Carney's decision to take his company out of Canada and move it to the United States.
The Honourable Member of Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. President, and to my colleague for this question, and I enjoy our French exchanges, but I will respond in English this time. I think this is a disturbing trend that we're seeing beyond Carbon Tax Carney, conflict of interest Carney, is just the lack of not only foreign investment in Canada, but also the fleeing of dollars out of Canada. And I think that this is another example. Another example I would cite, Mr. President, is just the brain drain. I believe Canadians, Quebecers, they want to stay in Canada. They want to stay in their home province of Quebec and work, but it's getting more difficult because this is a government that does not support business, that does not support good jobs, and in fact works with individuals who are defying conflict of interest laws, to help them leave the country. So this unfortunately is a trend that we're seeing in this case of an individual who has broken conflict of interest laws, but outside of that, investment leaving Canada, young people leaving Canada. We need to keep business and jobs here in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that we're all talking about the cost of living.
and the impact it's having on people across our country. However, Mr. Speaker, we have yet to hear the Conservatives talk about corporate greed and excess profits, despite the fact that oil and gas, big grocery, the big banks, web giants are all having record profits, Mr. Speaker. We saw grocery store margins, go from 1.5% on average pre-COVID to 3.2% today. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask my colleague, why has a single Conservative not gotten up and raised the concern about corporate greed and the impact that's having on everyday Canadians?
The honourable member. Thank you.
Colleague for the question. I will always support business. I will always support small business coming from a small business family. That's something, of course, the government doesn't do, as we saw with their attempt to implement those tax changes as far back as 2017. But I think a really important point here is, before we even talk about business, let's talk about the waste of money in government procurement. My goodness, if there is a place to start saving for Canadians so that they have to pay less taxes and have a more affordable life and a better cost of living, that would be with procurement on the government side. I'm very proud to be on the Government Operations Committee and to do that good work. The individual who asked the question is a previous member of this committee as well that looks into that waste. So certainly, while I hear his concern, I will always stand for business, small business in particular, Mr. Speaker. And I'd say let's continue our good work on the Operations Committee. And if we want to continue that good work further, let's bring down this government so we can have a carbon tax election. But let's look for the waste in government first, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Civil Protection.
Mr. Speaker, and I just want to pick up on the last comment by the member opposite. She was talking about procurement and making sure that Canadian taxpayers' money is being used efficiently. And yet we brought forward legislation for pharmacare that would reduce the cost of medications, especially with respect to reproductive medications and medications for diabetes, and yet the Conservatives voted against that. This is a program that would allow Canadians to be able to have access to medication, but also to be able, for the Government of Canada to be able to bulk buy. Would she not agree that would that be not something that would normally be something that they would have supported?
Honourable Député. The Honourable Member.
And thank you to my colleague for the question. I believe that two things. One, programs are excellent if you can figure out how to fund them. And this government just is incapable of even funding the programs which they put forward to Canadians, a $42 billion deficit this year alone, Mr. Speaker. So you really must think about how you are going to fund something before you present it and you implement it. And this has been a fault of this government, unfortunately. And with the NDP propping up this government, it continues to be a problem. So I think it's very, very important that you sincerely consider how you're going to fund these things. But the greatest thing you can give Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is a lower cost of living through less government expenditure, which will lead to tax breaks. And that is what a government will do under our leader, the Leader for Carleton. And we can't wait to do that for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
We have the time for a brief 30-second question. The Honourable Member from Central Okanagan.
Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Courtenay-Alberni mentioned corporations that not operating with Canadians in mind. I raised in my intervention previously how the Liberals, through their process, gave funds through SDTC to companies that were not eligible to receive it. My constituents that were found ineligible for CERB had to pay it back. Does this member believe that they should pay it back?
The Honourable Member, 25 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I just want to recognize that I had the honour of serving with the member who posed the question on the Human Resources Committee during the pandemic, and I think that was a very special time as we worked together to find solutions for Canadians, and perhaps we can expand upon that answer in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this House because when we do so, we do it, of course, on behalf of all Canadians and particularly for all those who put their trust in us and asked us to represent them here at the House of Commons. It's always an honour. And I can't speak here without speaking to the amazing performance of my colleague from Calgary, Minapore, who shared an amazing speech entirely in French. With my Francophone colleagues, we were just saying earlier how much we appreciate that and we commend her for that French speech. And it shows the extent to which this government has not risen to the challenge of being transparent in their work. So when I have to rise to speak to this type of topic, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate because it doesn't share the image that we'd like to share for our Parliament and for MPs that are here to represent Canadians and to manage affairs for our constituents and manage taxpayer money, which is quite important. So what are we dealing with here, really, Mr. Speaker? I think it's important to get ourselves into context of what's going on in Ottawa. We're talking about a green fund, which is the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, or the SDTC Fund. What is this fund? Well, hundreds of thousands of dollars of investments have been put in there, and it's totaled to billions of dollars in total. So into this green fund that is supposed to support the development of sustainable technology. Technology that will help us to deal with climate change. Everyone knows we are in a climate crisis. We don't all necessarily agree on the means in which we manage this crisis. But the goal here was to develop technology that is sustainable and that will help us with this climate crisis. So it's not the program itself, Mr. Speaker, that we have a problem with. Our issue is the way that it's being used. And something that you need to keep in mind here is that the managers of this billion-dollar fund are appointed currently by the Liberal government. So what is the issue here? Why have we put a stop to the regular operations of Parliament? It's because following an Auditor General investigation, Mr. Speaker, and different audits done by the Commissioner of Ethics, these authorities found elements that are quite concerning. It has been shown and proven that individuals that have been administering this fund permitted funds to be allocated to their own companies. So I'll say it again. So those who are managing this green fund, a $1 billion SDTC fund, have been distributing funding to companies that they own. The second thing that's quite concerning is the following. In all this process of awarding funds to companies that have applied to the program, many companies received funding despite not being eligible for it. And so we can see that there is a problem with this process and the interpretation of who should and should not receive money from this fund. At the end of the day, what is the result of all this? Mr. Speaker, and I will put my glasses on to make sure that I can give you the right numbers. $59 million were given to companies that shouldn't have received it. So in total, we're getting up to $500 million of funding that was not properly distributed. These were put into 180 companies in which there was an existing or a potential conflict of interest. So given this, Mr. Speaker, how can one imagine that MPs would not have the instinct to request these documents? Of course, as MPs, we want to ensure that whoever is managing this is held responsible. The Auditor General is appointed by the House of Commons to ensure that what is happening here is managed at the highest level of scrutiny, because we're managing taxpayer money. So these documents need to be given to the RCMP for their investigation. I think that the Commissioner of Ethics would be in agreement with this statement. But what actually happened? Well, they did exactly what my colleague described earlier. They said, that's not possible. We will not be providing these documents to the House. And with all of its wisdom, with all of its members, the House of Commons decided to say, no, that's not how it works. We require these documents. The police require these documents. They need to be able to take a look at them, because already we have the Commissioner of Ethics, we already have the Auditor General that have found some ethical concerns on the file. And now this has actually been taken to court. And so the RCMP requires these documents. And so the House has seen that the government is deciding to not provide the documents. And for this reason, we initiated this question of privilege. This is not something that we do every day, Mr. Speaker, as you know. We don't do this every day. We don't do this every week. We do this when the rights of members of Parliament are not being respected. And with his great wisdom, the Speaker of the House of Commons decided that the Conservatives were correct in this decision. Decided things cannot be working in the manner in which they currently are. At the end of the day, what's the result? Well, we're not able to do our regular proceedings here at the House. We're not able to study the bills that we should be studying. We're not able to table motions. The government is paralyzed because of this question of privilege that we have raised, which is a priority, and thankfully so, because we're doing it to advocate for something that has been largely supported by the Speaker of the House of Commons. All that's missing here today is the goodwill of the Liberal government to say, you're right. We're going to provide the documents, provide them to those who require them, and we're going to do our job. So if the government does not appreciate things being blocked here at the House of Commons, then they should look to themselves. That's the reason why we are not able to continue work on the bills that are on the order paper, and that why we're not able to continue work for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, there is a very dangerous denial of democracy here. Information is power. When you don't have the necessary information to make informed decisions, we are not in respect of democracy. Jean Chrétien said, "This is the most beautiful country in the world." But in order to remain the most beautiful country in the world, we need this information to take proper decisions. What is our role here? It's to pass bills, to represent our constituents, and to oversee the government. Those are the three roles of members of parliament. And I remind them of that because it seems that I have forgotten it. Now, we also have to take into account department MPs. We have to ask them questions. Now, I know about these games of how we ask questions to ministers, and these types of games can make me smile. I've seen individuals who have the courage to rise and to ask questions on this famous green slush fund, the Liberals' green slush fund. We are requesting that the documents that we require to do our job be provided to the RCMP. I am courageous enough to question the leadership of the Liberal Party. I have the courage to demand that these documents be tabled. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they are denying democracy. Point of order. The honourable member from Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, rather. I would like to confirm if we have quorum to continue proceedings. We will do our count.
OK. On a quorum maintenant. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
We have quorum, the honourable member from Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. The Liberals seem to be coming back now. You missed a lot. I was talking about how one of our roles as MPs is to oversee the work of the government. How is it that some MPs don't have the courage to request the accountability of the Liberal government pertaining to this green slush fund? And why is it that they have not provided the documents that have been requested by the House of Commons to the RCMP? I'm explaining why the House of Commons is paralyzed by this question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, the most foundational principle here to protect ourselves would be to require that those who were administering this billion-dollar slush fund to not authorize funding to go to their own companies. This is foundational, simple. And it seems that, how is it possible that no one noticed that things weren't working properly?
So this was linked to 180 actual cases of conflict of interest. So how could it be that there was not one single person in the organization who wondered whether this was right or not? Because that means that it's systematic, and that's not good. On the Liberal side, Mr. Speaker, it's scandal after scandal after scandal. Whether it be caught by the Auditor General, who audits things that are going on at the highest levels, for the ethics commissioner. Once again, it's scandals arrive hand over fist. The 24 members who challenged the leadership of their own prime minister, could they just have one little bit more courage and ask that cabinet be accountable as well? What effect does this have? Unfortunately, it undermines the trust of Canadians in its institutions that are at the highest levels. I'm talking about people, Canadians who get up every day. They wake up, they go to work, they take their car, they take the bus, they have to pay the carbon tax, they have to pay for groceries, and the costs are going up and up. So these people work hard, and all of a sudden they see on the news day after day that there are some cronies of the Liberal government who put money in their own pockets, who dip into their own trust fund. So how do you think Canadians watching us, how do you think that they feel about this? Well, we on the Conservative side, we don't accept that. Transparency is the very underpinning of our democracy. Because otherwise, the whole thing is just a sham. It's simply whims. And I don't want to stand in a parliament where Canadians and Quebecers' rights are flouted, where they're trampled, and where the government doesn't care. It turns a blind eye. It sends redacted documents to the House. So will they finally stop laughing at us? What do they think we are? Do they take us for fools? They're taking the members of this House for fools. So, Mr. Speaker, for us on this side of the House, we cannot compromise on transparency. People watching us today, they must wonder why, there is so much cynicism. They must judge us very harshly because people are cynical about our democratic institutions. They're discouraged. They don't believe in parliamentarians because they've seen too many Liberal scandals over the past 9 years, Mr. Speaker. They're completely disengaged. We have an expression in Quebec, and I don't know what the interpreter will do with it in English, but it means managing things like a good parent would. Yep, managing like a good father would, or maybe a good mother. That means not spending more than you earn. That's what it means. What have the Liberals been doing over the past 9 years, Mr. Speaker? Spending hand over fist. It grows on trees. No problem. Here you go. We'll create programs that already exist in provinces. We'll, so for example, drug insurance. That's a great thing, and it looks good on paper. But Canadians are already covered, Mr. Speaker. They're duplicating programs that exist already in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. So people watch us here and they say, look at them spending as if there's no tomorrow. They say, they can't even be bothered to table a balanced budget. You, Mr. Speaker, if you go and ask for a loan from a bank, you have to have a good record. You have to have paid your debts. You have to have paid off your credit card. You can't spend more than you earn. That's what that means if you want a loan. But that's not what happens here. That's not what's been happening over the past 9 years. And it's too bad my time is running out because I have so many things to say, but I'm going to add something. Housing, Mr. Speaker. The cost of housing has doubled People simply cannot buy a home. They have nowhere to live. We received a plan in Quebec, there are 3 million Quebecers who have to turn to food banks. That is unheard of, Mr. Speaker. Unheard of. People don't have enough money to pay for rent or buy a house. And when they do find a place to live, then they don't have money for food. They can't afford to put food on their table. So because they're not able to do that, because they're so strapped for cash, because housing is so expensive, they have to turn to food banks. And food banks are running out of food, Mr. Speaker, so I'm going to wrap up on this. I urge the government to hand over the documents, to do the right thing, and to hand them over to the RCMP. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the King's Privy Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her very passionate speech. She talked about the carbon tax, but I have asked the question, when Quebec put forward its climate change plan, what is her position now? Because Quebec has its own system. It works very well. But she mentioned the carbon tax that does not actually apply to Quebec. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I'm stuck, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Well, when you say the carbon tax doesn't apply to Quebec, that's not true. In Quebec, they're overhauling their current system because it's been in application for some 10 years. So when the member says that it doesn't apply to Quebec and elsewhere, it's not true. For example, in Ontario, when Quebec leaves Quebec to come to Ontario with a shipment to a grocery store, it doesn't take a diploma in quantum physics to understand that gas and, and other products are going to be more expensive. Obviously, it's going to be more expensive. Why? Because the carrier pays more on his gas because his carbon tax has gone through the roof. So that's that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, obviously, I listened to my colleague's speech, and she talked about Quebec expressions. I want to remind her of Quebecers' slogan is, I remember. And I remember being here in Parliament in 2020 in the midst of the COVID crisis, and there was the Emergency Subsidy Program, CERB, that the Conservative government used to the tune of some $1 million. And after the words, they said, oh, sorry, our coffers were full, but they still took the money. But those public funds were for businesses that were going out of business. Now, today, they're talking about, oh, we manage money well, we're transparent. Mr. Speaker, come on. The question is very simple. First of all, did they pay back those public funds? And is that type of practice a way of managing money like a good parent? The Honourable Member. I'm very pleased to talk about the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, because I'm from Quebec and I defend Quebec. The Conservative Party as the one that had Prime Minister Harper, who recognized Quebec as a distinct society. And in addition, that party, my party, signed an asymmetrical health agreement with Quebec, and that was a first. So he should be careful about throwing stones. What we're concerned about today, Mr. Speaker, is the mismanagement of the Liberal Party, the party in power, which spends recklessly, that can't table a balanced budget, and that is driving people in Canada into poverty. And this question is coming from a colleague whose party supported that government. I am very confused, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague talking about the cost of living, but what we're seeing right now is, for the first time ever, we've seen in residential housing, Mr. Speaker, corporatization and corporate ownership exceed over 30% of residential housing. We've seen record profits for the big banks, big grocery. We're seeing it, the big web giants, Mr. Speaker. Yet we've never heard a Conservative get up in this House and call out the corporate greed. This isn't about small business. This is about a handful of corporations that are having record profits, Mr. Speaker. Their margins are through the roof. And the Liberals aren't doing anything to rein it in, Mr. Speaker, except have roundtables and talk. But we haven't seen them do anything. The Conservatives, sitting in official opposition, have been absolutely silent. Even in Britain, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives there brought in an excess profit tax on oil and gas. We can't even get Liberals to do that in Canada. So maybe through you, Mr. Speaker, my colleague can speak about the impact corporate profits and corporate greed is having on people in her riding. And I'm not talking about small businesses, because they're being impacted too by this corporatization and concentration of wealth. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Chemin-Lévis. Well, I think that what it is important to do today, what is urgent to do, is to talk about the Liberals' greed. It's the greed of the Liberals. They've lost any common sense they ever had. They're incredibly arrogant. That's what we need to talk about today, and that's what we're talking about. And I would just like to remind my colleague that his party supports this government, and it gives that government the majority it needs to stay in power, Mr. Speaker. Despite, all their hand-wringing, that's what they do every single day. They endorse what this government is doing in terms of its ethics, and it's very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. They need to ask questions of that government. They have to stop supporting them. We need to call an election quickly.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Grouse Grey Owen Sound. I would like to thank my colleague for having clearly explained throughout her speech why this privilege motion is so important for Canadians, particularly as concerns the fight against climate change. I have a green hydrogen company in my riding which has been affected by this Liberal scandal, which has practically driven it out of business. Can my colleague tell us a little bit more on the negative impact of the Liberals' corruption on green technology companies in Canada? The Honourable Member. Excellent question, Mr. Speaker. And sincerely, I didn't know it was coming, but it's an excellent question, and I said so in my preamble. We're not, I talked about it earlier. We believe that climate change is real, and we have to tackle it because things are not good. And I think everyone agrees with that, but we don't agree on how to do so. And we have said to businesses, develop new solutions for us, find us new ways of doing things so that we can use technology to tackle climate change. We're not saying that almost $500 million of this year have gone to companies that weren't eligible for it, or that were owned by cabinet members, and that deprives organizations and businesses that would be able to revolutionize ways of doing things to tackle climate change. They can't access this program. It's not the program that's bad. It's those who manage it, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member mentioned about the cost of living. Let's talk something specifics here. Bloomberg Nanos poll showed that the Canadian Consumer Confidence Index is at its 30-month high. Due to the actions and the programs our government has taken, the severe recession, global inflation that was a big problem for Canadians too, has been managed well now that the inflation rate has come down to 1.6%. The interest rates have been cut fourth consecutive time to 3.75%. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the best performing in all these parameters compared to any other G7 countries, so much so that the IMF has predicted next year Canada will be the leading in GDP growth amongst all G7 countries. I would like to ask the member a specific question. Tell us which other G7 countries has done better and under what parameter?
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis in 30 seconds. I'll give him a fact from the G7 with regard to our surface area. Out of the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, there is the least, it's the country with the least housing that's available. We have real horror stories here in Canada that we could remedy. But what he's forgotten to say, Mr. Speaker, is, in terms of Canadian poverty, we just read that this year, especially with compared to the United States.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is, as always, a pleasure to speak to the House of Commons on an important matter. And I think what we are talking about here today is something that should be seizing this House of Commons and has been for some time. On the bottom of the screen when you speak, it simply says privilege sub-amendment. And that sounds pretty boring or pretty dry until you get into the reason why it says that, why we are debating this issue today. We're talking about a breach of the privileges of the House of Commons. On the face of it, a prima facie case, the Speaker has determined that the collective privileges of members of Parliament have been violated. And that is a serious matter. And it is so serious that all other business that would normally be before the House is suspended until such time as this matter is dealt with. And I think that Canadians need to be reminded of that, need to be reminded of some of the privileges that the House of Commons has, that its collective members have, and that if we don't protect them, this government and future governments will continue to roll over them, continue to ignore the will of the elected members of Parliament. And it comes right down to what members of Parliament, what our role is. Our role is to hold the government to account. And this is true not just for members of the opposition or opposition parties. It is supposed to be true for every member of Parliament that is not a member of the government. And I think there's a lack of knowledge or over time, every member that is, in this case, a Liberal member, believes that they are a member of the government. They are most certainly not. The Cabinet is the government. The Cabinet is the government of Canada, and the rest of us have an obligation to hold that government to account. And that certainly used to be the way that it was, where it didn't matter what party you were, it mattered your position in the House. And if you weren't in the Cabinet, you held the government to account. Now we have Liberal members of Parliament who are not members of the government, who nonetheless believe that it is the role of the House of Commons to support the government. That in this case, after a vote was held in the House where members of Parliament exercised our rights to demand the production of papers, where it is a key privilege of members of Parliament to demand the production of papers. And we exercised that right. We held a vote in the House of Commons, and the majority of the members of the House of Commons demanded that papers be produced, that the government provide papers on the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Slush Fund, that those papers were given to the RCMP and the Auditor General so that they could do with him what they would. It doesn't compel them to conduct an investigation. It doesn't compel them to take any particular action. but it does compel the government to obey the order to produce papers as was demanded by the House of Commons. And why this is so important, if the government is allowed to simply ignore a key privilege of the House of Commons, there is no accountability. There is no ability for members of Parliament to hold the government to account if there is simply an ability to ignore democratic votes in the House of Commons. And we know that this government has no problem doing that. We saw it when the House of Commons voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. It took this government years, and the only reason they actually did it is because they hoped it would help them save their failing candidate in a Toronto by-election. And the narrator says it didn't work. They still lost that by-election, even though they tried at the last minute to finally list the IRGC as Parliament had demanded many years previously. And now we see it again, where the government has denied a request. They believe they know better. We've requested unredacted documents to be sent to the RCMP and the Auditor General, and the government has said no. The government has redacted those documents. They have determined in their own infinite wisdom that they know better than the majority of the members of the House of Commons. That even though it is a core privilege for members of Parliament to be able to demand the production of papers, the Government of Canada, this Prime Minister, this Prime Minister's office, has said, we know better than the elected representatives of this House of Commons who have exercised their rights in a democratic vote. So that is why we're here today, because the government refuses to accept that Parliament is supreme, that Parliament, not the government, has the right, in this case, to demand the production of these documents and demand that they be turned over unredacted, without any edits, without parts of it blacked out. It all needs to go to the RCMP and the Auditor General for their use as they see fit. Because this is a complete and total Liberal scandal. It is once again another example of why they are not worth the corruption. $400 million in SDTC funds were given out under questionable circumstances. Several million dollars should never, $58 million for 10 ineligible projects altogether, and over 180 conflicts of interest where members of the board of directors were able to vote on whether funds should go to companies that they were affiliated with. It's almost unbelievable if we weren't talking about this Liberal government and their record. So we have 186 cases in projects where the board members held a conflict of interest. And the worst part of this all, Mr. Speaker, is that the then Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, was told that this would be a result of him appointing a partisan board chair. This SDTC had operated at arm's length from government without these conflict of interests right up until the Liberal government took over. And then they decided to stack it with Liberals who had conflicts of interest and who took advantage of government money to line the pockets of companies that they were engaged with. The minister was told this would happen, and he ignored the advice that he received. This is not new for the government, for the Liberal government, but it certainly was something that he was warned about and ignored. So the government has wasted $400 million tax dollars at a time when 2 million Canadians a month are lining up at food banks. They're just frittering away $400 million while 2 million Canadians are lined up at the food bank, many for the first time, a quarter of them children. And this government, I heard a question from a Liberal member just prior to my speech, asking my colleague. And basically his question was, Canadians have never had it so good. Why don't you agree with that? Outrageous, Mr. Speaker, for a Liberal member of Parliament, and how out of touch when 2 million Canadians a month are at the food bank, when people's rents have doubled, when mortgage payments have doubled, the cost of housing has doubled, and we have Liberal members saying, why aren't you praising the government for our amazing work? Well, I can tell you that no one who lines up at the food bank for the first time is praising the government or thinks that things are going well. People that are losing their homes or at risk of homelessness. You don't have to go very far, certainly not in Ottawa, but certainly come to my neck of the woods, where over the last number of years, Chilliwack, my hometown, has numerous permanent homelessness encampments now. And they move around from time to time. This is in spite of record investments from the city in housing solutions, trying to help people. We have a very generous community. But look at the highway overpasses, or the highway rest areas between Chilliwack and Langley. They are full of people in mostly dilapidated RVs because that's where they live now. And so the idea that things are great and talking about the IMF at a time when people are living in a broken down RV or lining up at the food bank is just completely out of touch. We know that this government has continued to drive up the cost of living, whether it's on home heating, groceries, the price of gas. They continue to jack up the carbon tax, which makes it even harder for Canadians to make ends meet. But they have no problem raising the costs on Canadians, but they won't raise the ethical bar on something like the SDTC, where they can hand out money willy-nilly to their friends to the tune of $400 million. We know that this government can't manage a budget. They're already $8 billion over in the higher deficit than what they predicted just in the last budget alone. This government now spends more on interest payments than they do on healthcare transfers to the provinces. That is an outrageous scandal in and of itself. To say we spend more, we give more money away in interest payments, we being this Liberal government, gives more money away in interest payments than they do in the necessary healthcare funding that we so desperately need. Because we've seen in my province, which the BC NDP has managed our healthcare system into the ground to the point where every weekend now, numerous emergency rooms are closed because of the mismanagement of the BC NDP. They could definitely use some of the funding that the government in Ottawa is spending on interest. I'm not convinced that the BC NDP could actually manage it any better, but we have certainly seen in our province how our healthcare system has been mismanaged and certainly is in need of an injection of funds. And it certainly would be nice if the government in Ottawa wasn't running up the deficit to such an extent that the interest payments were more than the healthcare payments in this country. And this is the priority of this government, however. It's a priority of this government to not only continue to withhold documents that this House of Commons has demanded, but it's their priority to continue to support the SDTC and their mismanagement. And I think that is a very difficult thing. We've been now speaking about this for many days, many weeks, and the government continues to dig in its heels, continues to hold this house up by refusing to address this issue, by refusing to give the documents that have been demanded to the RCMP, to the Auditor General. If they did that, we would be back on to things like important private members' business and important work that could be done here. But they are holding this House under their thumb because they refuse to respect the ruling of the Speaker. They refuse to respect the vote in the House of Commons. And I think, once again, we get back to who they think they serve. Do they believe that they serve their constituents, or do they serve the Prime Minister's office? Well, we know that many of them, 24, I believe, at the latest count, had the most inept coup in the history of democracy, I guess, where they meekly sent a letter to the Prime Minister, who promptly shredded it, ignored it, and told them what he thought of it the very next day. But even in the Liberal caucus, there are those who no longer wish to take their marching orders from this Prime Minister and from his PMO. And certainly we in the Conservative Party will not allow the PMO and this Prime Minister to run roughshod over the will of the House of Commons, which was expressed in a vote which demanded the production of these papers. Again, I just think it's, you can dress it up any way that you want to, Mr. Speaker. But this is a matter that goes to the core of what we do here. And for too long, for this government that was supposed to be all about transparency, it was to be the most transparent government in history, and there was going to, sunlight was going to be the best disinfectant, all of that boilerplate nonsense. They didn't believe any of it. And they've proven that time and time and time again. And so we have this situation here where the House of Commons has acted within its bounds, within its authority to demand the production of papers, which again, if you look at the documents that outline how we govern ourselves, it is listed as a core privilege. It's not something that's a nice to have. If we do not protect this, we do not have the ability to exercise our rights as members of Parliament in that chamber. And that is why Conservatives will continue to stand up and fight for that right, fight for our privilege. And it's not because we feel privileged as individuals, it's because we need to stand up and defend our democratic institutions. Because this is an attack on our democratic institutions. When you do not respect the authority of Parliament, when you believe that the Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister or the Cabinet can override the will of the House of Commons, you are undermining the democratic process. There is no two ways about it. And we've seen the Liberals do this before. We saw it with the Winnipeg lab documents issue, where there was another vote in this House of Commons. And the Liberal government took the outrageous step of taking the Speaker to court. Their own Speaker, a Liberal Speaker, was taken to court because the House of Commons dared to use its authority to demand the production of papers, to demand information on what had happened at the Winnipeg labs with the breach of security there. And so we've seen that this government has no problem kicking the slats out from under Parliament, from taking it as a bit of advice that they will take or ignore, when in fact it is an order. And that is exactly what we as Conservatives are standing up against, because it is something that if the government can take a Speaker to court, the government can ignore votes of the House of Commons when it comes to privilege. This isn't an opposition motion where the members pontificate on a policy issue. That the government, we are aware that the government does have some latitude to determine whether or not they will implement that. But when we're talking about a core right, the production of papers being one of them, we have to stand up for ourselves. And we have to encourage members to be aware, again, of their core function, which is to serve their constituents, which is to hold the government to account, no matter which side of the House they're on, and is not to simply act as mouthpieces for an unelected Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister himself. Because the Prime Minister is supposed to be a servant of the House, not its master. And as long as we allow this government to flout the rules, to deny the production of papers as has been demanded by this House, we will be voluntarily giving up our privileges and we will be voluntarily undermining a democratic institution. Conservatives will not stand for it. Conservatives will continue to stand up for the House of Commons being supreme, for our votes to be respected, and for when we demand the production of papers, that the government can no longer treat that as a suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Member of Parliament for Chilliwack Hope that the Auditor General actually found that there were a number of ineligible firms that received money from SDTC. That was a big issue, Mr. Speaker. I know that people in my riding of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, that when they were found to be ineligible for CERB payments, had to pay that money back to the CRA. They had to do it. Does the member from Chilliwack Hope believe that these companies should, not just this Liberal government should be accountable, but those companies should pay that money back to the taxpayer?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I'd like to thank my common sense Conservative colleague for his question, and to me that is just common sense. If you receive money that you should not have been entitled to, the government should make an effort to get it back. Certainly any taxpayer in my riding knows what happens even if they make a mistake on their tax forms. The tax man is very quick to come back and demand that the money be repaid, and oftentimes with penalties and interest. So the idea that just because these firms are well connected to the Liberal Party, that they shouldn't be held accountable when they were ineligible to receive funds, I think is outrageous. They absolutely should pay it back. And I believe that is one of the reasons that the RCMP and the Auditor General should be given these documents so that they can determine what, if any, next steps should be taken as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague from Chilliwack Hope for his intervention. I'm going to ask him the same question that I've asked many of our colleagues throughout this debate. Now, we're talking about the theft of over $400 million by Liberal insiders who then funneled the money to their own companies, where the Auditor General found over 186 conflicts of interest with respect to that money. Now, the Liberals would say, just nothing to see here, let's just get it to committee and we'll study it and everything will be fine. But through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague, if somebody steals from you, do you go to the RCMP or do you go to a committee?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I think, again, another good common sense question from my friend there. I think absolutely it's up to the RCMP to determine what they do with the information that is forwarded to them. But I think it certainly, I expect them to take a great interest in the fact that nearly $400 million in funds went to well-connected Liberal companies. And as has been indicated, $58 million went to companies that were ineligible to receive the funding. So when you talk about this sort of corruption, you absolutely, the RCMP should be given all of the information, not just the information that this government deigns that they should be able to receive. And that is at the core of what we're talking about here. The House of Commons has demanded that certain documents be turned over to the RCMP. They will make the determination on what they do with that information, but it is not up to the government after a vote in the House of Commons to make their own determination as to which documents should be turned over to the RCMP. All of the documents that the House has demanded must be turned over to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston the Islands.
Well, how does the member feel about the fact that the RCMP doesn't want the documents? This is, well, I hear my colleagues heckling not true. I'll read an actual letter from the commissioner, an excerpt from the actual letter from the commissioner, when he said, any information obtained through the motion or other compulsory authorities would need to be segregated from the RCMP investigation. There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. The RCMP wrote this House a letter and said, we don't want the information through the manner in which you're trying to give it to us. The RCMP said they have the ability to get the information when and how they want it. So, simple question to the member. I'm sure he can provide me a simple, common sense answer to it. Why is he so insistent on this method of handing over information when the authority who he wants to give it to is telling us, don't give it to us like this?
Well, member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I realize again that that is a Liberal member who believes he is a member of the Liberal government. However, he is not in cabinet. He has never been in cabinet, and I don't believe will be in cabinet. So his job, as well as the rest of us, is to hold this government to account. And the RCMP can do with the documents what they please, but the House of Commons has the right, has the privilege to demand the production of papers. And this is what this government doesn't understand. They say, well, maybe they don't want it in that format. Maybe the RCMP would prefer it to come in a different way, or they can do something else if they want to. The House of Commons Parliament is supreme. It has the ability to demand the production of papers. That has been done. That bridge has been crossed, and now it is up to the government to listen to obey the lawful order of the House of Commons. If they want to break that rule, if they want to break that, that's why we're having this debate, because the government has broken faith with Parliament. They have decided they don't need to listen to Parliament, and the Speaker has said, yes, they do. So that's why we're having this debate, and until such time as the government turns over the documents as have been demanded by this Parliament through a lawful vote, we will continue to stand up for our democratic institutions, stand up for members of Parliament and our rights, and will not be distracted by the comments of a Liberal backbencher.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Rimouski-Nejet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're getting to know what the Conservatives repeatedly say. They think that they are very transparent and know how to manage the public purse, but we know history, and I'd like to remind you of that today. When the Conservative Party was with Harper in the past, there was already a question of privilege. For how much time? Not 3 weeks, rather 5 months. The Parliament was paralyzed because the Harper government didn't want to disclose documents pertaining to Afghanistan. They managed to camouflage some information, and today we can see this Conservative prophecy talking once again about managing the public purse. Inaudible? So is giving $50 million to your own riding the good, proper gestion of taxpayer money? I'd like to know how Quebecers can trust the Conservative Party that wants to become the government and yet is showing their disastrous ability to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was difficult to follow. I will remind that honourable member that The Liberal Party, and I think I don't know how many members the Bloc had at the time, because when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, the Bloc Québécois was down to, I think, 4 seats. They only seem to thrive in this country when there are Liberal governments. Separatism and the Bloc seem to do much better when there is a Liberal government. So I don't think they even had party status at that time. However, there was an election that was fought on that. The Liberal Party, in their wisdom under Michael Ignatieff, brought down the Stephen Harper minority government over that issue that he's talking about. And I believe that was when we had a strong, stable national conservative majority government under Stephen Harper. So if he wants to, like I do, have a carbon tax election right now, we'd welcome his support to defeat this corrupt government and go to the polls and let Canadians have their say.
I'm just trying to share it around. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Share the love, Mr. Speaker. Share the love. Well, here's the reality. The RCMP are actually criminally investigating SDTC. They have received some documents, but we also know that the Justice Department has 11,000 documents that have not been submitted to this point, as per the parliamentary order, to the parliamentary law clerk. So my question to the honourable member is, should the RCMP not have all of the documentation that was ordered by Parliament so that the RCMP can do a proper and thorough investigation onto just how deep this rot and this corruption goes within this government?
30 seconds or so. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, of course, I thank the member for his question, and we know that the rot goes all the way to the top in this government. Their ministers were responsible for appointing Liberals to key positions that put themselves in conflict of interest. The RCMP absolutely should be given this document. The House of Commons has demanded that they be given the documents, and that should be the end of the story. We have the right and the privilege to demand that those documents be produced. We have exercised that right, and if the government refuses to recognize that right, we will continue to stand up for our democratic institutions here in this House of Commons.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, today I think we have an opportunity in this Parliament to reflect on the different priorities of the different parties. Now, here in the Conservative Party, our priorities are clear. We want to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Conservatives will axe the carbon tax everywhere for good. The carbon tax is a failed NDP Liberal policy that has driven up the cost of everything. It has failed to achieve the alleged environmental objectives that are behind it. It has made gas more expensive. Emissions have continued to go up under this government, and so many Canadians are suffering as the price of basic things Canadians buy goes up as a result of the carbon tax. This is why Conservatives, rather than tinkering around the edges, would axe the tax everywhere for everyone and for good. And we want a carbon tax election now so that we can deliver that removal of the carbon tax for Canadians. So Conservatives will axe the tax. We will build the homes. And we've announced a critical new policy this week that would make a significant difference for making homes available for Canadians. And the Liberals' own advisors have praised the Conservative plan for building homes. In the last 9 years, Liberals have failed to build homes. Rent has doubled under these Liberals. As we've heard many times, costs are up, crime is up, rent is up, and that's why time is up for this government. Canadians want a new government that will deliver on a real plan to build the homes. And we will require municipalities to meet critical targets in terms of the construction of new homes. Municipalities that meet those targets will be rewarded. Municipalities that do not meet those targets will lose federal funding. This is the kind of real leadership for results that Conservatives believe in. Liberals want to signal that they care without actually doing the hard work of achieving results. And you can measure the outcomes of their policies in the results. Liberals think it's all about how much money you spend. They profess, look at how much money we've spent on this and how much money we've spent on that. The real test of a housing policy isn't how much money the government has spent, it's how much money Canadians have to spend every month when they pay their rent. A housing policy is working if Canadians are not being forced to pay more and more every month for rent. Yet Liberals want to trumpet their own spending rather than looking at the realities in terms of the costs for Canadians. Costs are up, crime is up. For this government, time is up. Canadians want a government that's going to build the homes. So our priorities are to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. How would we fix the budget, Mr. Speaker? Very simple. We would bring in a dollar-for-dollar rule requiring that when there's a new dollar of government spending, that dollar be identified as coming from somewhere. You can't continually increase spending without ever reviewing and looking at where those dollars are going to come from. Liberals have been living in this economic fantasy world for the last 9 years where you can simply spend and spend and spend without considering where the money is going to come from. Canadians know that's not the reality. That's not the reality that small businesses face in this country. That's not the reality that families face in this country. And eventually that reality catches up with government as well. But in 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, the national debt has more than doubled. Debt servicing costs have soared. Canadians are paying more because of the carbon tax, but also because of the inflation tax. The way that the increase in government spending is driving up the costs that Canadians face by reducing the value of the dollar in their pocket. If you have more dollars chasing the same amount of goods, that's not going to make anyone richer. That simply means that everything is going to cost more in dollar terms. So we need a government that is going to replace this incontinent fiscal policy with a focused, disciplined fiscal policy that includes a dollar-for-dollar rule. If you're going to propose a new spending program, you have to be able to explain where that money is coming from. And these Liberals, they have run massive deficits in every single year they've been in power. In reality, this isn't what Canadians have traditionally associated with the Liberal Party. It's more of a radical NDP fiscal policy. This is an NDP Liberal government we see. And as we can identify in today's discussion of the corruption motion, we have with this coalition, this effectively reconstituted coalition between the NDP and the Liberals, we have the worst of both worlds. You have NDP fiscal and economic policy, and you have Liberal ethics. And that's what we have with this NDP Liberal government. The radical far-left NDP approach to the economy applied to government, along with the Liberals' disregard for our institutions, for rule of law, and for the need to have proper accountability in government. You have NDP fiscal policy and Liberal ethics. And so this, again, is why Canadians are looking at the situation and they're saying time is up for this NDP Liberal government. Time is up for this Liberal government. We need a new government with new priorities, priorities that involve axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of crime, it's very clear in the last 9 years, under these NDP Liberals, violent crime has gotten so much worse in Canada. And this government should be judged not by their words, but by the results. They will be judged by the results of what they've done. Costs are up for Canadians, and crime is up dramatically because of policy choices that they make. Liberals would always like to present themselves as victims of circumstance. They would like people to believe that as soon as they got into office, things started going wrong, but it had nothing to do with them. That's the story they'd like to tell, Mr. Speaker. And yet you can see with criminal justice policy in particular that they made specific decisions around sentencing and enforcement that changed the rates of violent crime in this country. And so Conservatives will restore common sense when it comes to criminal justice policy. That includes jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders. And that includes support for treatment and recovery for those who are struggling with addictions. Liberals have pursued a failed drug policy, which is paying the pushers of drugs. Their policy of safe supply is leading more money to go back into the pockets of bad corporate actors like Purdue Pharma, who will make dangerous drugs which are then given away for free at taxpayers' expense to those who are struggling. Conservatives would sue those bad corporate actors like Purdue Pharma and McKinsey, who are responsible for the opioid crisis, we would put that money into treatment and recovery. This emphasis on treatment and recovery is going to help address the challenges we face with crime, as well as having, for those who commit violent offenses in this country, they are going to face serious consequences under a common sense conservative government. So our priorities are to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, to restore the country that we know and love, to bring it home, to bring home the country that Canadians remember. Because it wasn't this way before Justin Trudeau, and it wasn't this way before the Prime Minister. I understand.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I just want to remind the member opposite, I know he really, really likes him, but he's not allowed to use his name.
Just, I know the Honourable Member will retract that and continue on. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park v. Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rules of this House don't allow you to say the name of a current member of Parliament, but they do allow you to say the name of a former member of Parliament. So I think I'm a little bit ahead of myself by using his name. But the time will come. The time will come, Mr. Speaker, because soon we will have the time is soon coming. They can't put it off forever. Mr. Speaker, these, as one former British parliamentarian said, even these turkeys can't keep Christmas from coming. We will have an election, Mr. Speaker, and when we have an election, Canadians will have an opportunity to be heard on the record of this failing government, Mr. Speaker. It's a quotation. It's a quotation. Even these turkeys can't keep Christmas from coming forever, Mr. Speaker. Canadians will have affordable food, including turkey, once again. Now, these are our priorities on this side of the House. The Liberals across the way, what are their priorities? Well, their priorities, they are willing to paralyze Parliament in order to protect themselves from the proper investigation of their corruption scandals. Conservatives have put forward a motion that was adopted because all opposition parties voted in favor of it, to order the production of certain documents regarding the government's SDTC scandal. Now let's just break down what this scandal is. For Canadians that are less familiar, what is the Green Slush Fund scandal? Well, this is hard to believe, but you had a group of insiders appointed by this Liberal government to a panel, and they were responsible for handing out money, taxpayers' money, to various companies. And they decided to give those funds to companies that they own, right? So it's like a group of us, we're sitting around the table, we're saying, okay, well, how about first we vote some money for my company, then we'll vote some money for your company, then we'll vote some money for your company. And in some cases, the person, while their company was being voted on, they stepped out of the room. But in other cases, they didn't. We have instances of people actually voting. Are you in favor of giving money to the company that you own? Well, yes, I'm in favor of that, Mr. Speaker. This is the essence of the SDTC scandal. $400 million. You had people sitting around a table who were appointed by these Liberals, charged with handing this money out, and deciding to give that money to themselves. Right? It's outrageous. You know, in times past, this would have been like the major decisive story. Today there are so many scandals. It's almost like it's a strategy. These Liberals thought, you know, if we are the cause of as many scandals as possible, maybe there can be sort of dispersed attention on them, right? But this alone, this Green Slush Fund scandal, it's incredible what these Liberals and their elite insider friends thought they could get away with, Mr. Speaker. But it is part of a culture of corruption that we have seen under this NDP Liberal government. They think they can get away with anything. Having tried to buy off the media with subsidies, they think they can do anything and not be held accountable for it. But Canadians are waking up. Canadians are hearing about these stories, and I know Canadians are demanding accountability and change. Because cost is up, crime is up, corruption is up, and time is up. It's time for an election to throw out these carbon tax, conflict of interest Liberals and replace them with a common sense Conservative government. Let's talk about a few of the other scandals that are going on, Mr. Speaker. I want to share a few comments about this Indigenous procurement problem, the Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal. This really is one of the biggest scandals that we've seen yet from a Liberal government. So you have a situation with government contracting, a policy in place that says there's a target, a 5% target, saying that 5% of government contracts should go to Indigenous companies. The problem is that these Liberals have allowed many non-Indigenous companies to take advantage of that program by pretending to be Indigenous. And you have various arrangements that have allowed this to happen. You have some outright pretending to be Indigenous. You have instances of abuse of a joint venture. And then you have instances of shell companies. So an abuse of a joint venture might be you have a company with 200 people in it, and it's a fully non-Indigenous company. And then that company is in joint venture with a company that has one person at it, and that company is considered an Indigenous company. So you have a joint venture where the vast majority of the work, the benefit, the profit is going to the obviously much larger partner, but they're entering into a joint venture, so-called, which allows them to officially be labeled as an Indigenous joint venture, even though virtually all of the work and the benefit is going to the non-Indigenous part of that partnership. So this is the abuse of joint ventures that we're seeing that allows effectively non-Indigenous companies to take advantage of the program. And there was an instance reported on in the Globe and Mail with a private company called the Canadian Healthcare Agency that was in so-called joint venture with an individual who was actually one of their employees. So this person was an employee at the larger company. By all indication, wasn't a real joint venture. This employee was being taken advantage of by being identified as having a separate company and in joint venture, and that allowed this non-Indigenous company to take contracts that were supposed to be part of this 5%. And so you have that, and then you have the use of shell companies. So a shell company would be you have one company that has been identified as Indigenous that's getting these government contracts, then subcontracting the work to non-Indigenous companies. Now there's a rule that's supposed to prevent this. A subcontracting rule requires that 1/3 of the subcontracts be to Indigenous companies if it's been received as part of that Indigenous procurement set-aside. But we've asked for documents on the verification of the subcontracting rule, and it's pretty clear that nobody's actually enforcing this. And you've got a little bit of that Spider-Man meme of the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and the Minister of Indigenous Services saying, well, I'm not doing that, this is Indigenous. Well, I'm not doing that, this is procurement. And then nobody seems to be enforcing those subcontracting rules. So you have these various structures, abuse of joint ventures, outright pretending, shell companies, and as a result of this, according to the AFN appeared before the Government Operations Committee on the Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal and said that most of the contracts within this Indigenous procurement set-aside are actually going to shell companies. So that's the testimony of the AFN. So before Liberals get up and say, oh, this is just Conservatives saying this, these are Indigenous leaders. And not just the AFN, leaders from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities have repeatedly highlighted how non-Indigenous elite insiders are taking advantage of this program that's supposed to benefit Indigenous businesses. And it's a crying shame, but it's typical of these Liberals. They didn't care about the results for Indigenous peoples. They only cared about being able to look like they were checking a box to say that they cared. So they want to say, hey, look at the number, look at this target, look at this box we're checking. But in reality, when the Government Operations Committee started going into it and started inviting Indigenous leaders to speak before the committee, we found that according to the testimony, most of what they're saying is part of that 5% target isn't going to Indigenous communities at all, isn't even going to Indigenous businesses. And in fact, when we challenged the Minister of Indigenous Services on this the first time back in March, she said, well, the purpose of the program is just to identify indigeneity. It's not about economic development effectively. She's saying it's just about identifying indigeneity. She completely changed her tune 6 months later. But when the program is allowing shell companies, elite non-Indigenous insiders, abusive joint ventures, outright pretenders to take advantage of the program, clearly the benefit's not going back to Indigenous peoples. And these Liberals don't seem to care. They want to trumpet the box-checking exercise rather than answer clear, necessary questions about the impacts of this program on communities. And I know from speaking to Indigenous leaders across the country, they talk very much about the importance of economic development, of autonomy, of giving back control over resources, over opportunities, and putting in place policies that allow Indigenous communities to survive and prosper. And one key piece of feedback we've heard is about how there are various policies in procurement that actually make it very difficult for new entrants, including Indigenous and minority-owned businesses, to get contracts. Because the Liberals have so constrained the procurement system as to protect the privileged access of elite insiders. We saw this with the Arrive scam scandal as well. With the Arrive scam scandal, you had, according to the Auditor General's report now, you had an instance where GC Strategies actually sat down with people inside of government to discuss the terms of the contract. According to the procurement ombudsman, you had overly restrictive requirements that said, for instance, you could only bid on a federal government contract if you've done a certain number of federal government contracts before. Well, how does that make any sense? If you're a business that can do the work, maybe you're a new business, maybe you're based somewhere else in the country, maybe you're started by someone who doesn't have the same insider access or in history with the federal government, but can't actually do the work. Maybe that business has actually done work with other levels of government, has been successful in procurement processes across the country, but then they want to bid on a project here in Ottawa, and the government says, well, no, sorry, you haven't done business with the federal government before, so you're out. Entrenched protection of privilege for elite, liberal-connected insiders. And these are huge amounts of money we're talking about. The Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal, you have a number of players. Dalian Enterprises, over $100 million in contracts they've got. Canadian Healthcare Agency, over $100 million in contracts. A majority of those who got contracts under this set-aside were shell companies, according to the AFN. So we're talking massive amounts of money that these Liberals are finding ways to funnel to their friends and to other well-connected insiders. Those are their priorities, getting money to elite insider NDP Liberal friends. Our priorities are restoring common sense, bringing it home, axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, stopping the crime. And when the carbon tax election comes, Canadians will be able to decide between our priorities and theirs.
Questions and comments? I have time for a very quick question. L'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert.
Watch the member opposite. He's a smart guy, but to watch him drowning in a sea of pointless slogans for the better part of his speech. But he did once say something that I found interesting. He said, we're going to fix the budget by cutting $1 for every new dollar in spending. His leader was in my riding saying that he will finance a third link in Quebec City that's estimated to cost $10 billion. Usually the federal's up for 40%, so that's $4 billion at least. $4 billion is what the Canadian dental care program costs per year for 1 million Canadians. How are they going to finance these promises that he's making? That makes absolutely no sense.
Having reached the time of expiry for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion at 11 a.m. on Monday, November 4th, 2024. Conformément.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until will be suspended until that day.
2:30. The House stands adjourned until next Monday, 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.